Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, April the 15th, tax day in your country. I'm in Canada. We don't have ours until April 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me? Yeah, Angel or Angel or Angel, depending where you live, I guess. I don't get live until 9 every morning. So a couple of yeses. Just let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. And anybody in YouTube, the same thing. Perfect. Thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. Okay, great. So, what's happening this morning? Well, the first thing to note is that the SPY is on a bit of a tear here, guys. Yeah, the SPY is on a bit of a tear. How long it's going to last, I don't know, of course, but gap up in the pre-market and moving higher. So let's see if this will be a positive day after we had big negative day on both the Dow, Nas, and the SPY on Friday. Just a quick mention about the trade of the week is HYMC. Is HYMC suggested entry at $4? Now, typically, it's always about if you're like the entry is always talking about the when the market opens. Okay, I mean if it runs in the pre-market, that's another issue. But anyway, it's up to you how or if you are going to trade HYMC. Yeah, Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs. So we're really starting to get into earnings season this week, guys. A lot of the major banks are going to be releasing, and so for the next month and a half, it's going to be a lot of earnings plays. So we're really getting rolling. Goldman Sachs, big move. I mean, actually, you know what? I thought they would have had a billion in the float, but still a big float. 324 million in the float, up almost 4%. As William said, I could not see what their guidance is, but Wall Street powers Goldman Sachs to sharper, higher first quarter earnings, etc. So big move up for Goldman Sachs, GS. And I see Oppenheimer's put a $435 price target on them. Right, ONVO, big gap up, positive mid-stage results, metabolic dysfunction associated. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Something to do with hepatitis. So that is the reason for this one moving higher. Of course, this is a low float, 12 million in the float. Keep an eye on rent, guys, RENT, because this was a big one last week. It was a big one from our AI. Had a couple of great days. This was I believe, when did they release earnings? April 10th. Yeah, so actually this was the reaction. This was the reaction to its earnings because it released after hours on the 10th. So huge day. Friday had a massive pop and then a big sell-off, but let's see what happens today. LGVN, and let's see, it got up to 315 in the pre-market to do with the randomized phase 2A clinical study. So they had some news. Obviously, market is reacting positively to that news. HUBC, this was very active on Friday also. It's been pretty whippy though. Look at the topping tails. It gets a bit higher, closes lower, higher, closes lower. So pretty whippy one to try to trade. HUBC, but it is up 35%. Israeli stock. Don't have shorts for this one. I sure wish I'd had shorts all the way down, but don't have shorts for this one. DJT, and they are filing to issue. They're going to try to raise some more money. 21 million, 21.5 million shares. No matter what price they're raising it at. I thought somebody said they had $200 million in the bank in cash. But anyway, EJT, MPW. Let's see, is it still rocking here? This was moving higher. Yeah, it's still at the highs though. MPW trading higher after the company announced that it sold its majority interest in Utah hospitals. So that is the reason for this one moving higher, raising some cash, I guess. Big float, 587 million in the float. Now that's hard for me to believe. So let me just do a quick look. Why is it hard for me to believe? To move 23% with that sort of a float, it just seems somewhat impossible. Let me just do a quick look. Well, it might be. The site I go to doesn't have them, and usually they don't have them when they have a big float. So I may be wrong. Maybe they don't. Maybe that is the float. That's a massive move if that is the float. Let's see, ICM, that was moving. Is it pulled back at all? Yeah, big pullback. 180 back down to 140. Some news about their breast cancer trial results. All right, guys, I'm hearing STLA right now. STLA. So it's only up 4%, but it is on the move here. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Not sure. Let's see. Not sure why this is moving the way it is. Don't see any headlines on it. Schwab. This is an earnings play, guys. Nothing dramatic. It's only down 1.5%. You might want to keep an eye on it. Schwab, SCHW. This is an earnings play. Now, this is still moving. DXYZ. This was a sort of a favorite trader for not so much last week, but the 2 weeks before. DXYZ. Let's see what it's doing. So it's up 13%. And this can be a wild one. I think I mentioned rent. Yeah, I mentioned rent. Remember if I mentioned LGVN, LGVN, in this one pretty active. Yeah, it's been a very active one, especially this day when I got all the way up to 546, but the close is way down here. So the only positive thing I can see about it right now, first of all, very low float, up 36%. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. So they got some news, phase 2A clinical trial results, I guess. So the positive thing about it is if you look 3 days ago, the high was 225, 232. So it's right at that high. If it can maintain that high and start to move, well, then you look left and it's got a lot of room. So D-Man, in our YouTube room, when you say what platform am I using, are you talking about where I'm finding all these stocks? You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so I'm using Trade Ideas. Or if you're talking about my brokerage platform, I use Interactive Brokers. SNPO, guys, I know it's up here, but it is a buyout. SNPO is a buyout. So I'm not going to talk about it too much. SNPO is a buyout. And MRNS is getting whacked here to do with financing after the company provided so they provided an update in their phase 3, and obviously the market is hating it. So yeah, so I'm using you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, B man. So I'm using this is a trade. What you're seeing here, these are all alerts that I'm getting from Trade Ideas. Okay, Once the market stops, once the market starts at 9:30, I will have a different layout that I'll be presenting. So what I'm doing, I'm just looking to see if there's any. Now, somebody asked about Nicola. Any thoughts about Nicola? Um, Not for me. I mean, this is just a disaster, and I don't see any specific news on it. There's a lot of volume, I'll give you that. But it's a huge float, 1.27 billion in the float. So I don't know what to expect. If you're asking, like it did pop up to 74, but I really don't look at stocks under a dollar, but too much. But so I don't really see any catalyst for an NKLA move. But some might have another idea or opinion. TPET. Let's take a look at TPET. Also, another one. Yeah, I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but I'll have them here because I know there are people that don't mind trading them. And if you're asking me why I don't, it's just a personal preference. There's no, not that I don't have a hate on for them or anything. It's just a personal preference. All right, guys, 9/11. So let's take a look at the major sectors now. So we're in for a big positive open. So let me load my sector status, and my computer's just about set to take off. There we go. Now it's settled. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Okay, so XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. When you see 86% in green, that means that 86% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay. Now, even though the market was really down on Friday, energy stocks were actually pretty good. Okay. Now, interestingly, EQT, for whatever reason, even though the majority of the stocks in the sector are up, EQT is down. You may want to take a look at EQT, sort of running counter to what the sector is doing. But you can just take a quick glance, and there's really no weak sector. Now, if you're looking, now these are some of the. I've got to time frame, get it to live always. So this is what's happening right now. So these are some of the major sectors. So you can see SMH, RSP. What are these guys? This is not sure exactly what RSP is, but what we don't see though, what we saw last week many times was silver and gold. We saw silver and gold, SLV and GLD leading the way in the ETFs. Don't see that right now. You can see some of the there's XLY, and there's XLK, of course, technology, consumer discretionary. So a couple of the leaders really in the major sectors, sorry, technology and consumer staples. Now, what I want to do, as always, I just want to take a look at XLU. This is the only one of the major sectors that is relatively close to the 200-day moving average. And you can kind of see there it is. It's kind of floating down again to that 200-day moving average. That's the blue line on my daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average. Otherwise, all the major sectors are quite a bit above the 200-day moving average. Why not? The market's been on a rip. Claudia, good morning in our YouTube room. So, okay, yeah, I should explain this always at the very beginning. We have two rooms going. One is a YouTube room, one is what I call the main room. Both see my screen, both hear me. The main room is a lot more active in terms of the number of traders and ideas that are exchanged. YouTube's fine. You want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. But sometimes you'll hear me talking to somebody. I should always preface it by saying this is somebody in YouTube that I'm talking to or somebody in the main room. Yeah. So William was saying, so the trade of the week, though, in theory, okay, how much volume is it? Well, not bad, but in theory, the trade of the week is triggered only in during market hours. Now, this is the pre-market, and the reason we say that, I mean, you could have a spike up on one share. I mean, I'm not saying that's happened here in the pre-market because the suggested entry is $4. Now, if you want to take it now, this is completely up to you. Excuse me, of course. So more than likely, so Leon, more than likely it's this. So Leon's asking, why is the single stock window not updating? Okay, if you right click on your single stock window, make sure right click on your single stock window and include pre and post market. Okay, make sure you've got that checked. Include pre and post market. Make sure you have that checked because if you don't, it'll you'll just see the close from the day before. Okay, all right. Just make sure include right click on the single stock window and make sure you check include the pre and post market. There you go. Okay, good. And don't forget to save your work. Okay, like save your layout at the end of the day because any change you make, even like you might think that's a minor change, but any change you make, if you don't save your layout at the end of the day, that save will not be um, or that change will not be saved. All right. Well, let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, okay, so this is yeah, so that's just a headline and reported preliminary Q1 financial results. I wonder if that's a little, yeah, but that's too big of a drop. I mean, nobody expects that these little bios are going to make any money. But let's take a look. Unless that's the reason, I don't know. Maybe the market thinks they're going to run out of money, and we're wondering why the Marinus Marinus, why this one has dropped so much. And what William is saying didn't think it was that bad of news. They've also forecasted they don't release until May the 9th, but they're forecasting that don't expect much. I'm going to keep an eye on this one also. This was a wild one last week, the MNDR. This this was an IPO from last week, okay? Singapore, only a couple of million shares issued. The IPO was priced at 4, so I mean this has been very successful so far. Was able to trade it a couple of times. What I'm going to do is just stick a price alert at the high that it hit on Friday, which is 16. And let's take a look. Anything else kind of showing up in this LUXH? LUXH. All right, so in our YouTube room, well, if you want the heat map, if you want the tree map, you have to have the beta. Okay, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you so, I'm sharing these two. All right, I am sharing these two that you see the pre-market actives up and down. But if you want to present it in this fashion, as opposed to it like this, just in a grid format, okay, you must. If you right click on any top list, okay, it doesn't not necessarily this one, but any top list that you have and you do not see show tree map as an option, okay, then you have to be on our latest beta. So there's your answer. If you don't care about having it displayed like this, then I guess you can stay on the production version. But the beta is absolutely fine. Let me put my homepage link in for those of you who do want to, because once I get into the layout that I'll be using, you're going to see another presentation that looks like this. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm going to go over all my homepage a lot later, but if you click on my homepage link and right at the very top is down, you can see download beta. And that will give you this look if you want it. Okay. And our test drive, guys, yeah, our test drive starts on Friday. Test drive, and then the context next week, which is incorporated into the test drive. I'll be talking about that a little bit later. You can sign up for it. You wanted to try out trade ideas. We don't have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. You'll have 10 days of trade ideas for $7.77. And that'll also include the ability to enter the trading contest, a 3-day trading contest. And the winner being the person who makes the most money, will win a $2,400 Amazon gift certificate. And it's part of the test drive. Also, of course, if you already have our program and you want to do the contest, you can sign up. You can sign up for it. But I'll go into that a lot later. Well, not a lot later, but within an hour. I mean, I guess this one's got a little bit of room, guys. If you pair a zero, PRZO, if you look at the weekly chart, the next high looks like around 187 or so. Or, well, last week's high. Last week's high was 118, so it's right there. Pre-market got up to 145. Not seeing any specific news on it. A low flow problem. It's an Israeli stock. Thank you, Casa. All right, guys. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to load the layout that I'm going to use once the market opens. My computer decides almost take off. There we go. Settling down. I knew you guys can hear all that. Okay, so this is what I use once the market opens. This screen that you see here is basically like the pre-market act is up. Okay. Look at DXYZ, guys. DXYZ. Look at this thing starting to move. There's the ONVO still pretty choppy right now. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, and the pre-market for ONVO. Now, before I begin, what time is it right now? 9:26, so 4 minutes to the open. So if you have our AI, okay, our premium service, and most the reason people take our premium service, at least 99% of the reason is to have access to this. This is so what all I would do is this, okay? Please listen carefully. Click on new from our toolbar, and you'll notice, and don't worry about all this. I'm on a development version. You do not have any of this. But if you take a look here, you'll see that there are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades Window, okay? Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. When you click on that, this is what you're going to see, okay? And notice there are no alerts. You will not get any alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:40. For some reason, I have an alert from MISO. That was a price alert. Look at it. Okay, so just again, you will not get an alert until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean there again, there it doesn't mean there will be one at 9:40, but that's the earliest that the AI will start alerting you. There's nothing for you to do. There's no you don't have to well, you don't have to do anything. Just wait for the alerts to happen. How and if you trade them, how you trade them and if you trade them will be up to you, okay? What I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout so that you don't have to load it every day. And again, just let the alerts happen. And again, how you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. You know there isn't, Grumpy. I know you've asked that before. Um, yeah, I'm sure there will be improvements down the road to the heat map, but right now, no. Or the tree map. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Really, MindMed, MNMD, upgrade to 20. Who buy? Oh, my Luring, okay. I know there's some at Trade Ideas who are still in this. All right, guys, less than a minute to the open. Okay, so again, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes most of the time. I mean, I can make an exception, of course, but I typically do not. Give me one moment. All right, we're open, guys. We are now open for business. So let's see what happens here. Let's see if the SPY can maintain. Okay, that's probably my big watch on the SPY to see if it can maintain the gap up it's had. So all you have to do is adjust it, Grumpy. Just adjust it. Adjust your heat map so it doesn't look at stocks under a dollar. It's that simple. All right, guys. PLL on the move here. PLL on the move. Didn't really see this in the pre-market for some reason. Piedmont Lithium, a lithium play, so kind of an EV play, I guess. Okay, I'm going to get using the browser interface now. I'm not really sure why I didn't see this one. It must have. I'm not sure why I didn't see this one in the pre-market, but anyway, PLL. But this is why I don't like to trade it right off the bat. Right up to 630, 1637, pulling right back down to 1577. Okay, guys. Look. Okay. Look. Wow. Look at the MNDR. Now it is, risky, risky, risky. MNDR looks like it's trying to take out the high. DXYZ, another risky, risky one, but moving now. DXYZ. Look at that PL. Classic reason I don't like to trade in the pre-market. Imagine if I chase this up to 1628 and then it gets right down to 1477. If you can trade the pre-market and then, not pre-market, once the market opens. Well, MNDR guys, how much volume? Great volume too already, 416,000 shares. Okay, Shady's MPW on the move here. And this had some news. This did have some news this morning. This is on, I don't know how much they got from this, but they jumped or is jumping on their Utah hospital stake sale. I don't mean what you eat, but it's high on the weekly chart. Got a lot of room, 580. Not saying it's getting there, but it does have room to 580 on the weekly chart. Anyway, I have to get rid of this because I'm on this development version. The picture in picture is not working. Yeah, Coupang. Yeah, this was a this is a strange one from Friday. CPNG. This came in the option on the combo scanner, which I'll go over in a bit. And it really didn't do anything for the longest period of time. And then at the end of the day, it kind of had a little pop. A big, big float, 1.26 billion in the float, but it's on the move. Hey guys, LGVN this was super active in the pre-market, got up to 314 or so, pulled all the way back down here to 215. That's a dollar move down. So pretty, again, so volatile. Fever, FVRR, guys, FVRI on the move. The next high looking left on the daily chart, 2158. Another Israeli stock. DXYZ. I mean, I'm not in it, but wow, DXYZ just a little bit of rip mode now, guys. Look at this. So, I mean, the high on Friday was 48. Remember, it got all the way up to $105 or so. LGVN making market highs, 261. If you look at the pre-market, 261 looks like that could be some pretty decent resistance. And we have we have a halt here. I didn't see this one. This is the cheap one. Wow. Look at this, though, under 122% now. SNGX a few weeks ago, back in, last year in November, this got up to $2. Rent got halted on the way down. Okay. That's a big wow on the way down. And if you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, when a stock gets halted because of volatility, typically it is a 5-minute halt. Volatility meaning it went, either went up too fast or down too fast. Okay. And SNGX just opened, and you can see that it was exactly a 5-minute halt. It got halted at 9:33 plus 44 seconds, open at 9:38 plus 44 seconds. They are typically 5-minute halts. Okay, guys. What did PLL do after that big pop up? Wow. Oh, wrong stock. PLL. Yeah, so you can see, look at the big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Indecision right now for PLL. And it is now 9:40, so I'm just going to keep an eye on our AI to see if we get anything now. Again, we don't have to. There's no The earliest would be 9:40. Doesn't mean we'll get things at 9:40. Okay, so there's the HYMC guys. So yeah, so this is the trade of the week. Suggestion: you take the trade around 4. So if you did it, It is now officially triggered. Basically a silver play, okay? And if you look left, last week it did get up to 466. I think this was also an AI alert last week. That's why you see, and the week before, that's why you see these little buys there. Right, LGVN guys. Well, it's broke through this area. It's a low float, yeah, super low float, very, very low float. Okay, we have 885,000. Now I'm going to do another check on another website to see what they've got. So they've got 3 million. So I mean, it's low, but it's not as low as our data provider has. So Mountain Monkey asked the question, and this is in our YouTube room, what indicator? It's not an indicator, okay? What was it? It was HYMC, right? It's not an indicator. It just automatically, you automatically get these, okay? This is just telling you that this was an AI alert on this day right there. If I hover over the buy, I get the little box popping up. The entry was 313. It got out at 394. Okay, and it's the same thing here. Probably not as good. Entry 390, exit 394. So there's no, it just automatically occurs. Okay, it's not an indicator. It's just telling you that these were previous alerts from us. Wow. Look at the LGVN guy just exploded here. Look out this area that I thought might deposit at 260. Not even close. Wow, look at MNDR now. Wow. I mean, this all right, guys. I'm watching the PLL now. Watching the PLL now. This one has been super active. Also, Toon, Cartoon Studios. On Friday, it got up to 201, but it closed way down here at 164. It's a decent move right now. Somebody mentioned RZLT earlier. Resolute, probably a low float. Pretty low. It's not crazy low. 30 million in the float. Not a great spread. Well, 293. Yeah, not a great spread for a $3 stock. 293, 309 bid ask. What's the volume like? The volume is, I mean, it's a little bit light. Relative volume is awesome. I mean, almost 27 means it's trading 27 times normal up to this time of day. It shows you how little it normally trades. It's still only traded 132,000. Mm. Yeah, look at that MNDR, guys. New high after new high now. Well, that was the one. I mean, the LGVN, I mean, that just absolutely exploded, took out the high, pre-market high, 326. It's pulled back a little bit. So now, if you are, somebody who likes to try to play stocks on pullbacks, keep an eye on this 270. 270 is the VWAP for LGVN. And it's, what did it get down to? It got down to 288. So, will that VWAP act as a support area that it will bounce off? All right, I better take a look at this RZLT on a monthly chart. I want to see where the next highs are on the monthly chart. So the next high in the monthly chart is 320. That could be too close. All right, Logitech, LOGI. Don't see any news on it. Trading lower. Okay, Morgan Stanley downgraded them from 85 down to 75. So that is one reason. See if anybody else. It just looks like just a Morgan Stanley downgrade is causing Logitech, LOGI, to be moving down. Okay, AGEN. What sort of room does it have on the daily chart? Well, it's got a little bit of room, guys. AGEN. Next high is 960. So when I say a little bit of room, we're at 922 right now. I mean, if we get close to 960, that would be a great move. See if anything else. Onvo. So take a look at Onvo now. ONVO. Another huge move up, big move down. All right, let's take a quick look at what the SPY is doing. So again, we had this nice move at the beginning. Little red bars here, nothing dramatic yet. Bottoming tail there. Buyers are stepping in a little bit anyway. Just because I put my SPY up, computer decided to go crazy. Schwab guys. Okay, SCHW, SCHW. So this was actually down in the pre-market, okay? Down to $68. What a pop. I mean, that's a big float, 1.4 billion. That's a big move from the lows. This is an earnings play for Schwab, SCHW, versus a year high. Kind of keeping an eye on this PACS. Still toying with the idea of a swing in this, but right now there's just not a lot of volume yet. This is the IPO from Thursday. A lot of big guys behind this, but I'm just keeping an eye on it. Maybe if it takes out 24 again, that might get me interested. Well, look okay, it just popped up just the minute I said it. Crazy. The minute I said it, insane spread right now, 23.65, 24.49. So I was trying to put an alert. I know what's happened. Okay, well, let's see. All right, guys, RZLT, interesting me. Well, I was trying to get some mid, but they wouldn't fill me mid between 310 and 315. Kept it there for a bit. I'm using IB, Interactive Brokers. Well, and I'm glad I didn't get a fill. Now it's 296, 314. Too spready for me, really. All right. You bought SNGX. Is it over $1 yet? Not quite. Yeah, I was wanting to see if I could short this one, but I can't. LGVN, no shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers. But there's the VWAP, guys. Okay, 279 is the VWAP, and it got down right into the VWAP area. Will it hold it? Okay, so if you're more of a pullback player, be aware of that VWAP for 270 for LGVN at 279. Can it hold it and act like support and then bounce off it? All right, this one on Friday had that massive move after hours. I can't remember. This is I'm talking about Infa. I don't know if this is true. I mean, at $45, I'm not sure if that was just a misprint or something. But anyway, on the way down now, 36.28 is the next low looking left. This is showing up on my abnormal option activity scan as a potential short. Nothing in the combo scan yet. What time is it now? 9:56. In about, say, 15 to 20 minutes, I'm going to go over the scans that I share. Yeah, CRM. Yeah, I'm seeing that something to do with Salesforce. I just was trying to. Oh, I see. See, Salesforce buying. Getting this little error. This is from Interactive Brokers. So Salesforce drops on reports of the likely Informatica deal. So that is INFA. All right, guys. Well, things are sort of settled down. KAVL from Doug in our YouTube room. Let's take a look at KAVL. Yeah. So this is what I see anyway. I mean, yeah, nice move here. Most of the day's volume is right in this candle here. But let's look left. 351 or so is the next high. 350 actually. Pretty close to that next high for me anyway. Crazy low float. Another one under looks like under a million. At least our provider has under a million. All right, we do have one in the combo scan now, and that is the PLL. Okay, now that red line you see here, that is the next high on the daily chart, and that high is around 1716. So it's kind of maybe far enough away for a while. Now you don't see it here. Now you just see it here. Okay. Now if I expanded out, if I zoomed out on my daily chart, you would see that this happened this week. Not this week, but the week of the 29th of January. And I can tell you this was and is an AI alert, PLL. There was the alert at 1639, 1709 now. It may blast right through that. That is your next high, 1746. Look at this thing go now, guys. I missed it. A bit of a chase for me, but I missed it. I wanted it at just over 17, but no go. All right. Pax back at 24, guys. I'm gonna get it. Start to induce it upwards a little bit. Again, the reason I'm looking at this is that a lot of some big names are behind this one, and it's a reasonably successful IPO. I think it was priced at 21, I believe. So I'm assuming you got stopped out of MPW, Shady. I'm assuming. I may be wrong. Now you're back in. Now you're trying to back in it. 483 with a 474 stop. All right, that's it for the coffee this morning. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the what's going to happen today in terms of. Oh, don't tell me I didn't put it in. Yeah, the economic calendar. So we had retail sales at 8:30. 10 o'clock business inventories, 10 o'clock the housing market index. I don't really. We don't have any Fed guys talking really. We have the daily at 8 p.m. tonight. So really, there's nothing major. I mean, at 10 o'clock, we did have the business inventories and housing market index. Really not a big reaction so far, anyway. Yeah. So look at the PLL. I mean, as a watch list, guys. I mean, it came back into the price, and it seems like it's bounced. So if you miss it the first time, might be an opportunity later. Trade of the week is yeah, it's working pretty nicely. HYMC. The trigger was 4. It's at 422 now. If you took it. Yeah, well, maybe the housing numbers or whatever the business inventories, maybe that is affecting the market a little bit right now. I don't know. I didn't really look at the numbers. I know they came out at 10 o'clock. Well, Marinus is moving down again. There are actually shares available for me to short. I can't remember the last time I shorted anything under really $5, but all right. Biotricity. Biotricity VTCY. Well, I don't know. I there's the 200-day is right above it, 162. They got up to 150. Looking for something with a lot more room to keep running before it starts hitting those next resistance areas. In this case, now if you took it at 135 and it got up to, yeah, you see how jumpy it is. All right, guys, RZLT actually is not bad now. Spread is tightened up, 324, 325. And just as I said that, 323, 330. And again, what did we say was the next high looking left on the monthly chart? Yeah, 338 is the next high. All right, EGO now. So there is the 200-day moving average, okay, for EGIO. EGIO, you can see it's right at it. That it's the exact number is 2160. So it's a little bit, it's right, it's sort of right at it, a little bit above it right now. And if I can take that out in any sort of fashion, 3240 is the next high on the monthly chart. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but let's take a look at a weekly chart for it. And let's see, where is the next high? The next high is 2360. So there is some room, definitely. Problem right now with the EGIO is the spread. I mean, it's pretty tough to commit right now. Well, it was even worse, 2145, 2185. You see what I mean? 2120, 2183 is pretty tough to commit. This screen you're seeing, or the little window, a blue window, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys, but RZLT on the move. Nice one from our AI right now, 299 after the initial pop, then the drop. I mentioned you could take it, if you miss it the first time. The spread was a little bit tough, but now I think it's coming into where we saw maybe some resistance on the monthly chart. Yeah, well, maybe those numbers were worse, are now really affecting the market. I guess maybe they are sort of a mini delayed reaction. Those numbers came out at 10 o'clock. And I'm talking about the business inventories at 10 and the housing market index at 10. So it appears that is starting to affect the market. Hmm. Well, PAX guys, kind of running a little bit here. So the SPY is still up, but obviously market moving down. Dow is still up. Nas is still up barely, but we do have a giant 10 o'clock, 10 to 15, 10 to 10:15 SPY candle right here. We have another 3 minutes or so for this to close. So EGIO has a spread tighten up? Not really. I mean, it's still 60.98, and look at that 10.93. Very difficult to commit for me anyway, with that sort of a spread. I know it's from our AI, but pretty tough to commit. And there's that 200-day also, but again, up to you. Meanwhile, how about this one? KUKE, Kook Music Holdings. Okay, KUKE. Remember this one, guys? Yeah, the GL. So on Wednesday, forgot about this one. Fuzzy Panda, a short seller, came out with a scathing report about this company, drove it from basically 100 down to 38, $39. Did pop up a little bit on Thursday. I'm sorry, on Friday. So that was Thursday. There's that Friday candle, a little bit of a pop up, but they don't have earnings until April 22nd. So they came out with a very mild defense of the company on Friday, and I'm sure once they have earnings, I'm sure they're going to try to come up with a harder defense. Whether it works or not, or that's another issue. Oh man, guys, MNDR. Three topping tails right there on the 15. You can kind of see if it can take that out. I mean, it could still move higher. I mean, this has got obviously no chart resistance. Very risky, but I mean, you can see there are three topping tails on the 15-minute chart for MNDR. And I think right at, yeah, all at 18, I believe. Yeah, all at 18. Okay, maybe so we've got a green bar forming right now, 10:16. So we're about 2 minutes into this green candle. Let's see if this sort of stops the selling for a while anyway. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over the contest right now, the test drive and the contest. And then I'll talk a little bit about my homepage and the scans that you can find on my homepage. So if you're going to be part of the test drive, you will have access to all of my scans. And of course, if you're a subscriber right now, you can have access to all my scans. But first, we'll talk a little bit about the test drive and the contest. Okay. Ah. Okay, so this is what it's all about. If you scroll down a little bit more, test drive begins on April 19th. That is Friday. Okay, all day Friday. And it'll end at market close on April 29th, which is a Monday. That is 10 trading day. Well, 10 days. Okay, 7 trading days plus the weekend, etc. So 10 days. So what does it really mean? Well, for $7.77, you can now if you sign up right now, because I did see some emails coming over the weekend. So please listen. If you're signing up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? You're pre-registering. You will not get data, live data until the 19th. So you're pre-registering and it'll cost 777. And if you have our standard service and you want to be upgraded to our premium service, and by the way, the 777 includes the full package, okay? Our full premium service. So if you have our standard service right now and you want to have access to our AI for those days, you can do so also for the 777. You'll be upgraded to our premium service for those days. And again, please listen carefully. At the end of the test drive, when it's over at the end of market hours, mark on the 29th, there's nothing for you to do. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription. That's another common question. The reason I want to keep saying this is because, our first support people, they have to answer the emails that come in, please unsubscribe me from the test drive. And it just takes time. So again, once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. And the same, for our standard subscribers. We'll move you back to standard unless you tell us no, keep us at premium. So that's number one. Number two, during the test drive, we will have our contest again. The contest starts on the Tuesday, runs to the Thursday, inclusive, 23rd to the 25th. And what the contest is all about is it's whoever makes the most money at the end of those 3 days wins the contest, and the winner takes home a $2,400 Amazon gift cards. Okay. We've had, I think this will be the fifth one. A lot of fun. What I do is I'll not the entire time, but I'll put the leaderboard. You'll see the leaderboard, and we have the top 10, and you'll see all the jockeying for position that happens over the 3 days. Okay. So again, if you want to take now, if you're a premium subscriber right now, you're automatically entered into the contest. You don't have to do it, of course, but you have access. You can be part of the contest. If you're a standard subscriber and you just want to take part in the contest, it will be the 777. Okay. Now, here's the caveat. If you are now, we're still trying to get a 100% on this. And I'm hoping that tomorrow, which is the marketing meeting tomorrow, we have a 100%. And what I'm talking about is if you have a Mac or you want to do the contest anyway on a Mac or a laptop, sorry, on a tablet, we're hoping that we'll have the ability to buy and sell, okay, using I'm going to call it B plus Lite, so that you'll see that you can buy and sell and be part of the contest, okay? Now, if you want to take advantage, if you want to have trade ideas, if you have a Mac, you can, of course, remember, we're a PC based program. So I mean, we don't have a Mac based version, but we do have a way you can use our web based version, and you can have access to our AI and basically the entire package. The problem could be that you may not be able to go into the contest. I just want to have an absolute confirmation that you'll be able to buy and sell using sort of a lighter version of what we call our B plus. Now, as far as the test drive is concerned, I think we're only doing about three of them a year, so it's a great opportunity to try us out. Okay, and if you have any questions, just fire away. Now, the other thing is, if you're new to the trading room, both rooms, welcome to the rooms. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now, I say 3 p.m. Many times, most of the time, William will keep the main room open until 4 o'clock. Okay, I'm not saying he's going to do it today, but he has been out of the goodness of his heart. But I will say this: unless there's any enthusiasm to keep doing it, he won't do it. Enthusiasm meaning he just doesn't want to talk. Well, he's not on the mic, but he doesn't want to just keep posting to himself. So now let's take a look at my homepage, and you'll see the scans that I'm currently sharing. Meanwhile, let's see what this rare is all about. Rare. It just showed up on in the combo scan. Now, when I look at it, 42.22. So there's a little bit of room. This is a short suggestion. The low in the pre-market was way down. Wow, the low in the pre-market was way down here. 39. Must have had some bad news. Yeah. Falls as old side effects resurface in trial. So not good news. Okay, guys, I'm watching this GL. Yeah, it's a big drop from 60 down to 57 now. Continuing, I don't know if well, somebody said in theory they're not allowed to say anything until like 25 days before their earnings release. And so I'm sure they've been chomping at the bit. to say something. They did say a little bit that we will come up probably later and defend it, but right now there's not a massive defense by the company with what that short seller was saying about them. Basically, fraud, kickbacks. All right, take a look at my homepage now. So the first thing is this. This is a topless window that you're seeing, this big with all the green. This is a topless window. That's see in the upper left-hand corner, it says T. That is a top list window. Now, typically, until I don't know how long ago, I don't know when we started having the tree map, but this used to be the way in which you can still do it, okay? You can still display your top list window like this. If you want to display it like this, fine. But if you do want this display, so if you right click on a top list window, if you do not have this option that says show tree map, okay, which now transforms it like that, then you must be on the latest beta, okay? So if you click on my homepage link and go to the up to the top here where it says download, download the beta. Now, if you don't care, okay, that's fine. But you don't have to. You can still use the top list window in the old grid format. But if you do want to have a presentation that looks like this, then you need to be on our latest data, our latest beta. Okay. All right, now clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It's the first video, download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, if you looked at every one of them, it'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. But you must do it. It's a software program, and this will get you going. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together, a series of videos. I think it's pretty beneficial. If you're brand new to trading, take a look at these videos. That's all free. I do a stock of the day video. That's free also, of course. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week is HYMC. The suggested trigger was $4, so it has triggered. How and if you trade it, up to you. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Before I click on that education section, all I ask is this: that if at some point in the future you are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Using my promo code will help to keep this room free because the room gets credit anytime anybody uses my promo code. Okay. Getting credit, meaning the company says, okay, people are listening to me. And at some point in time, they may take out a subscription. Okay. I don't care if it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Use my promo code. That'll really help to keep this room free. Okay. Now, education section is here. Here's our user guide. We have a great user guide. A lot of the things that you might like have questions about, you can find in the user guide. Here's that getting started again. This is a lot more information about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Want to find out a little more about stock racing, price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Put the price alert right on the chart, get the trigger. My price alert window pops up on my screen. I cannot miss it. Like any other software program, we've got a lot in our user guide. You don't have to learn everything. So consequently, if you're looking at this for the first time thinking, well, too difficult for me, you don't have to learn everything. Okay. You want to know how to create a watch list or a symbol list? We have a section on it. You want to put a sound alert on an alert window. So when you hear that sound, you know what alert window to take a look at. Here it is. So again, in my education section, there's the user guide, there's the getting started. Now, daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me. And today is Monday. I thought it was Thursday. Monday. So today is usually Chris Varley's turn to be in our YouTube room. I will confirm that. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. And last, if you're looking for my scans, of course, you have to have a subscription. And again, if you take the test drive, I'm sharing all my scans. So the second section, my scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. This is the halts resume. Not as oh, there's the Cavill you were talking. Wow, no kidding. Look at Cavill. Oh, halted. Now look, it got halted at 3:30, resumed around 5. So there's the halts resumes. This is my combo scan that I talk a lot about. Not too many alerts today, but right there. Okay. Bottom right column. I have two columns of scans. So it's the bottom right one. This is abnormal option activity. I use this also. I also have the breakouts and the breakdowns. I don't have every other scan loaded. But the reason I have other scans here, you may look at this and go, wow, I'm interested in whatever a gap continuation or reversal, the multi-strategy window with 4 scans in it. I wonder what that looks like. You can always take a look at it. Okay. Now, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also. Okay. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm really wrapped up in a trade and I can't really devote any time to a question, I'll let you know. But typically that's not the case. So again, for those of you who are new to trade ideas, what are we? Well, we're a scanner. This is an example. This is one of the ones I'm sharing on my homepage. I call it momentum. Less than 500 contracts. This means that it doesn't trade, has traded less than 500 option contracts a day. So what is this looking for? So there are a lot of screening programs out there, and we can screen, of course, but what we're excellent at doing is real-time alerting. Okay, that's why we call ourselves we're a scanner. So if I right-click, configure, and click on that summary, this is what this scan is looking for. If the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. Very powerful filter that we've got, meaning that if it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, it is time of day sensitive. So approximately 10:30 Eastern time in the morning has to be trading at least 3 times that. So there's the Globe Life as an example, 5.8. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. That gives it the momentum. And 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Just trying to show you what the concept of creating a scan is all about. You always start off with some filters, some screeners, and to obviously to reduce the number of the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, if all the filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was TSE 1029 plus 24 seconds at 313. It is now 10:35. So since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. And there we go. WTE, I wanted to hold this just for a while. WETH just made a new high, 10:35 plus 50 seconds at 214. Okay. Now remember, this program is called Trade Ideas. People ask me, well, does that mean you take the trade immediately? No, no, no. All it means is that I have been alerted that all these values have been met and it's made a new high. Now the work begins. This is the easy part because you don't have to do anything. Once you construct your scan, you'll get the alerts. Now you've got to For me, I click on the alert and I like to see, okay, how much room does it have to keep running? What sort of a pattern is this? Okay. And that's why if you've never traded before, that trading 101 is probably the first thing you should do. And that's from my homepage. And you can use our simulator to practice trading. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can of course have it exactly the way it is. But if you want to make a change, some people might not like that price range. Maybe you want something else changed, you can of course do so. I'm afraid to look at this Cavill now. Yeah, well, missed it. Now, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. So right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we've got, and the two most popular ones right at the very top: the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got. Again, you do not have to learn them all. Okay. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers, with all the different trading styles there are out there, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So do not look at this and think, well, this is uh, this is too hard for me to understand because, how can I possibly learn all these? You don't have to. Well, part of the job though, Lanny, I got to go over all this. And that's fine. Always more to trade. Now, some people ask me, well, why don't you use all these other ones? The reason being is that I'm somebody who just likes to see the new high, the new low of the day, and just a few filters. That's my trading style. Okay. Doesn't mean the rest of these filters and real time alerts are bad. It just means they don't fit my trading style. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, but look at the first halt, the 330. I don't know if it did. I don't know what happened after. Did it even get down below 330 briefly? Because that's when I would take it. Probably didn't. It looks like it gapped immediately up here. Yeah, not even close. Remember, Lanny, the only time I I think what Lanny is referring to, with these halts resumes, and they're very, very risky. Okay. Wow. Now look at it. Low float. Yeah. Crazy low float. Sometimes what I do on a Halts resume, the first one though, only the first one. So this is a KAVL got halted at 330. Had it opened, say a little bit above 330, and then moved down below 330, and then it got above 330 again. That is for me. That is a time when I will many times I'll take that trade. Okay, but not on the second halt. Only on the first halt. Now on the second halt, looks like it could have worked, but these are very risky. If you're new to trading, forget everything I've just said, okay? So I am an intraday trader. So the first thing or the number one mission for me every single day is to find stocks that are trading abnormally, okay? Because that's all I care about. So this what you see right here, okay? This big green, all this green here, these are stocks that are trading abnormally. I mean, here's a stock up 127%, 53%, 45%. These are stocks that are really trading abnormally, okay? Because as an intraday trader, I don't want to get into something that's not moving much. Now, you can have this, you'll have to ask me for it. I'm hoping that The only reason I don't have it on my homepage yet is because it still hasn't made it to the production version. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, was yes, was halted again, 10:41. I can see it right there, 10:41 plus 37 seconds. It was halted again on the way up. And so let me just show you what this is from Interactor Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here. So you can see sometimes you don't see the symbol, but in this case, there it is, KAVL. There is the halt price, 673. This column is showing you the potential open. It's not written in stone. You'll see over the course of the typically they are 5-minute halts, okay? So over the course of 5 minutes, this number can change. Now, I would also there is the 200. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Unfortunately, there is the 200-day moving average. That little blue line, if you can see it on my daily chart, there it is, and around 695, 702 to be exact. So it's very, very close to that 200-day moving average. Okay, so that could stall it anyway, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Unfortunately, in case that does really stall it in a big way. Yeah, I know you're just kidding. Question in a YouTube room. Should I buy it? I know you're kidding. I know you're kidding. I know you're kidding. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Last time I looked at the SPY, we had a little green candle here, but that was short lived. So market is still falling. SPY is still up for the day. Dow is still up a bit, and NAS is still up a bit. So while I was yakking away, guys, so I did see that BUR showed up on my combo scan at 1475, a potential short, and it got down to 1448, and so that's not terrible. Meanwhile, PLL is right back up, guys. PLL right back up, and the next high again is 1746, so it's above that high. And 1860 now on the weekly chart. That is the next high. Let me see if I can see where the okay, it's KAVL just opened. What did it do at that 200 day? And it got into it. You see how it got right into it? I wish there were shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, this may just power right through it, but the next high is 737 if it gets through that. So it looks like that 200 day is not holding it. Anybody have any? Okay, so here we go. This is the reason. This is the reason why it's doing what it's doing. Probably somebody already posted that. Trader circulating meme stock trader Zach Morris. What a Twitter. I had to figure out what that X meant. Nonsense. I will forever call it Twitter. Okay. Twitter posts mentioning the stock. Okay. So that's the reason. It says Zach Morris has got a following. I don't think so, Zach Grumpy. I think they were all absolved. I don't know what the right term is, but they did not go to jail. I think that everything was dropped or something. Don't ask me why. Don't a- I'm sure I read that about a month ago, maybe even longer ago. No, no, no. But I'm talking about, yeah. But that's when they were charged a year ago. But I think it was a couple of months ago, maybe 3 months ago. I can't remember when all the charges seemed to be waived. Well, guys, MNDR making another challenge. Now it risky business, but another MNDR making another challenge at that 18 level after the big pullback. So you can kind of see, I mean, it did break 702. What did it get up to? It got up to 725, but that, there is the 200 day for the KAVL. I mean, if that's the only reason it's up, all right, guys. Well, I'm watching the GL. Now, the GL is forming maybe a green bar ignored. We'd have to take out this 5704. I'm going to stick an alert down there. I know some of you were short this, but so here's your couple of red candles. There's a green candle, maybe a pause in the downtrend. If it can take out the low of that, well, there's okay. What's the spread like? Oh my gosh. Look at the MNDR now, guys. I didn't get it. I did not get it. But the spread is crazy. Also, MNDR. So, guys, if there is, I should look. I'm going to look at. Well, Casa probably knows off the top of her head. Can't remember Casa, his head. What we're looking for is another Singapore IPO, maybe China, but I'm finding that the Singaporean ones, for some reason, are the ones. And this week, all right, guys. Rare just made another new low, and the pre-market low was way down here at 39, so it has room to run down if it wants to. RARE. That's from the combo scan. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to. Wow. Yeah. MNDR. I mean, I was trying to get some a little over 18, and it just absolutely just shot away from me. Of course, all time high. I mean, it's just been trading as. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to rely on anybody else. I am going to look at this IPO calendar. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay, guys. I want to get prepared for this. So the IPO calendar right here. So these are the upcoming IPOs, and yeah, CTRI, what Casa is talking about. But what I really want to find is one of these little, and here's another one. I'm being a huge one, obviously, IBTA. I'm not as interested in these just because they're so expensive. Doesn't mean they're not good. But what I'm looking for is something along the lines of the MNDR. So let me take a look at this one as an example. CDTG. See, only 2 million shares, IPO price between 4 and 5. But where are they out of? China. I wish it were Singapore, but the China stocks have done crazy things also. So this is what I do. Okay, and it could come out on Thursday. Okay, so this is what I do. I'm going to put it in here. CDTG. Of course, it's not trading as CTG, as CDTG. Right click, create a price alert. Put $1. We know it's gonna open over $1. Now here's the key part for me anyway. In the notes section, I know it's gonna be 2,000,000 shares between 4 to 5, okay? And it's China, okay? And I'll also put down the date just in case it doesn't, okay, open then. So that tells me if it opens, okay, I wanna know instead of my having to scramble when it opens and think, "Wow, was that above the current was that above the IPO price? How many shares were issued? What was the country?" I don't have to worry about that. If and when it starts to trade, my price alert window will pop up on the screen. I'll be able to know. Okay, that's what I like to do. Here's another one. FBS Global. Let's see. Well, it says USA, but let's take a look. Singapore. All right, here we go. Singapore. So I'm going to put FBGL. Oops. Change the symbol. FBGL. Right click. Create the price alert. This is why I think this is way better to do. We get the question all the time. Do you scan for IPOs? I think this is a way better way to do it. Spend a little time, see see who's behind it so that when it opens and you put in your notes section, you'll have an idea about what the structure is. So this is 1.9 million. I don't even have to put the MI. I know what I know for me. $4 and Singapore. Perfect. So let's see if it opens and when could it open? That could be on also on Thursday. So this could be a really interesting one, okay? So those two I'm going to and here is the link for you to do for that so that you can do your own homework on it. Okay? This is the IPO calendar that I use. There are many out there, of course, but that's what I use. Unfortunately, Colin, yeah, I don't see that. I don't think that one is on there on the web-based. Let me ask the question: if and when. So I'm assuming it's not on there now, right? I mean, I can load it. I don't use the web-based version, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but I don't use the web-based version. So let's take a look at it though. See if I don't think it's going to be there, but I may be wrong. Just scrolling down through the various channels that we've got there. So I don't see it there. I've asked the question, will it be available? I don't know. Okay. I just don't know. I don't think it's in the Trader's Vault though. That's such an old one. Okay. I'm talking to somebody, Colin, in our YouTube room. Okay. Rare, guys. Rare, rare, rare. Look at this thing go now. Take out 42. AI will go to 0. Wow. What, yeah, no, I mean, I know you're kind of kidding, but $38, the high back here on, not that long ago, February 26th, less than 2 months ago, this was up here. All-time high was way up here, almost $50. This was, last June, and just look at this. I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, 1656, those are the lows. That's that's the one out of Vietnam, right? The EV company out of Vietnam. Yeah, VinFast Auto. Yeah. Jeez. That was nonsensical also, what it did. I mean, it got up to, $92. I mean, it was crazy. Well, thanks, Colin. And, remember, you can ask me questions too. If you're a new subscriber and you're wondering something about the program, you can certainly ask me questions. Yeah, I was a billionaire for a few days. Exactly. Yeah, Bitcoin. I haven't really looked at Bitcoin. So, yeah, from its highs of now, is it tomorrow? Let me just see. I bet tomorrow that it is supposedly the halving event. I don't mean Bitcoin gets cut in half in terms of price, but is it tomorrow or on the 17th, 16th or 17th? I think that was Pepe told me a while back. Now it's the 19th. Okay, now it's the 19th. Okay, thank you, Pepe. That is a for sure now. Okay. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes. Let me just put that in here. Time is it now? 11:04. So back around 11:10. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, so I am, wow, look at the cavel now. So the cavel all the way back down. However, let's take a look at the VWAP. 609 is the VWAP. So it's trying to hold the VWAP, okay? AAVL, trying to hold that VWAP could be a support area. Maybe if it gets above 622, the VWAP is at 609. Stick an alert right there, 625 or so. I think we knew about them, dip buyer, but I don't think they trade very much. I think that was the problem. Oh well, not terrible. 357,000 shares. Well, 350. I mean, it's not like Apple, and not like Apple, but it's not putrid. How about AAPD? Yeah, this one a little less. So I just saw your comment there, Lanny, FBGL. I will like it. I hope so. I hope it does something remotely like the MNDR. Actually, I should check also. Not that it really has mattered, but let me just, what I want to do is just want to check to see what sector they're in. So MNDR is, okay, the mobile, so it's in the health sector, healthcare sector, and the FBGL looks like it's more of a fintech. No, it isn't. It looks like it's, I don't even, man, I don't know what the heck they do now. There's so much, looks like they were a construction company before, but anyway, it really doesn't matter. I think it's just, it's all about the structure of it. It's very low, very few shares issued, low IPO price. So the big deal is when it opens, is it going to be above the IPO price? And then, and again, it's not opening maybe till Thursday. And will it do anything like the MNDR did? Okay, guys, kind of watching Rent here. I have this one thumbnailed, one of my other monitors. So I'm kind of watching Rent here. See if there looks to be a bottom around 15. And this one, of course, is very, very wild. Had a huge, 2-day run until the day before its run, it was at $5 and it got up to almost 30, 29 before it pulled all the way back. Yeah, sorry, guys. Just got a text from, hi, this is Mandy from Jobs Presso. Are you interested in flexible remote work? Nope. I already, well, yeah, I am, but I'm doing it. How did they find my cell phone number? HPCO. Let's take a look at HPCO. Problem, look left. To me, there's just too much resistance, not that far away. Uh-oh, computer, stop it. Oops. I might have to dump this HTML chart. So how did KAVL do? Okay, so is now below the VWAP, guys. KAVL below the VWAP 608. So it looks like, well, I mean, it's still kind of there. It really, I have an alert set for around 620. Well, okay. The rent went a bit, guys. The rent did go a bit. Now the KAVL is still flirting with the VWAP 607. 607 is still hanging around that area. And so, by the way, I've been told almost for sure, I want to put that like at 99.99%, okay, that there will be a version of B plus that you'll have for the simulator in using our web-based version. So that means if you have a Mac, you'll be able to take part in the contest. This is what I'm talking about. So this is our simulator right here, okay? This is the full, we'll call it the full version. You won't be able to place live trades or anything like that, but you'll have access to this in the web-based version, so you can place trades using our real-time, our real-time trades. It uses our real-time data. Okay, look at KAVL Go now, guys. So you'll be able to use it. I've been told a video is going to go out. Waiting for that rare to really break down. It's not hasn't been bad, but it I was hoping for a break of 42. At the alert here at 42.87. This is on the combo scanner. So again, the color coding, the way it works, anything in light blue, a suggestion to go long, in brown, a suggestion to go short. Meanwhile, KAVL explosion now through the 200-day again. So that was so key right there, taking out that 622. The next high looking left, it's above that right now, I believe 737, or at least it got above it, got up to 746. The next high after that, 794. So this is just because of this Zach Morris. Oh man, I didn't even see this one. My bad. This was from our AI to short INFA. INFA. Saw this one earlier when it was moving down, but I just lost sight of it. Had no idea this was also an AI alert. So the suggestion from our AI to short at 37.26, now at 35.40, almost a $2 drop. Boy, look at the rent now, guys. RENT off that 16 break. And also through the 200-day moving average, big level for it to try to take out. 1670 is the 200-day moving average. You can see it's just hovering above it. Oh man, oh man. Meanwhile, KAVL, I mean, next high is way up. Well, not way up here, about $8 now for KAVL. Just not shortable for me. Not that I mean, I would know necessarily know where to short it, but I'm just looking at interactive brokers and just not shortable. All right, guys, I stopped myself out of the rare. Very minor gain on it. Very minor. Covered it. A little disappointed. I got a little greedy on it. Okay, let's see. What time is it now? 11:25. So in about 35 minutes, I will be taking a break. Chris should be taking over from me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Good idea to head over. There are five trading days, or Monday to Friday, 5 trading days. 5 different traders take over for me in our YouTube room. I think it's always a good idea to listen to them. We all have different trading styles. DXYZ now, guys. DXYZ. DXYZ on the move here. Next high looking left on the daily is 48. Of course, it's been a wild one. You see what happened here, got up to $105. So having a bit of a comeback now, 30% from its close on Friday. Volume picking up somewhat. JVA, Java. I thought that was haven't. Wow, I used to see this one fair amount in the old days. JVA, Java. Haven't seen this one in a long time. Yeah, Cav will pull back now to the 200-day moving average anyway. Right at the 200-day. 702 is the 200-day, so it's still hanging around. Okay, guys, I'm just going to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. So, Mike, I think I was still on mute. So, no, so I have the AI on another monitor. Okay. I have three 32 or 34-inch 4K monitors. So I do have other scans, of course, on my other monitors. I don't want to overwhelm the main monitor or like the monitor I'm sharing with all sorts of scans. I'm sharing everything other than the AI. AI, of course, I'm not sharing because that is a premium service would not be fair for those who pay for the premium service if I'm just going to display it all day long. Okay. So I do not bring them up as needed. They are there. Okay. But GME, the last of the memers, really, guys, to still be, I think, above when it all started. And it would have to get down to about $4. Nonsensical thing that happened with here we go. So right there, that's when it started, $4. So remember, this is split adjusted and all. Got 4 times that, really, up to about almost $500. This is reverse split adjusted or forward split adjusted. And yet there are still people out there that are, so convinced that this is, the mother of all short squeezes is going to happen. Along with AMC. Remember, they did do a reverse split, a 1 for 10. So this is like 26 cents before they did it. Well, Shady, I've been watching the GL. I do have a trigger. It hasn't triggered yet. Waiting to see if it can break 57. I know you're short. I'm looking at a bunch of, some one, two, maybe three, maybe this 15-minute candle right in that 57 level. Want to see if it takes that out. I could join you because the next low looking left is around 52 on the daily chart. Okay, let's take excuse me, a look at the market. So the market's trying to have a bit of a rally here. I mean, there's some bottoming tails and topping tails, so it's certainly not smooth, but we do have, what time is it now? 11:36. So this has another 9 minutes or so to close this candle right here, this 15-minute candle. 8 minutes. So this one, this INFA, I don't mind showing it now, okay, after the fact. I mean, if you have the AI, you can see on the y-axis, there was the suggestion to short right here. You can see the down arrow right there on the 15-minute chart. If you had a 5-minute chart up, you would see the down arrow on the 5-minute candle in which it was alerted. And so so the y-axis 37.26, so almost a $2 move. 35 may hold it, may hold it. I'm just looking, there's a low right there, but if it breaks down through 35, then 33.75, and this is all to do with. All right. Well, there's the GL now getting closer to that 57 mark. And again, that is all to do the info, all to do with Salesforce CRM and a potential buyout of some sort, which is a little bit strange. I mean, this is sort of typical, a stock, the acquiring stock, which is CRM. It's, I mean, that's a big drop. That's a pretty big drop, but nonetheless, usually this is what happens. The acquiring stock goes down, but the stock to be acquired typically will move higher. But I think this was news, I think, that happened on Thursday, on Friday also. So maybe there's some doubt that it's going to happen. All right. So it is Chris going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room, guys, in about 20 minutes. Okay. When I take my break. Well, look at that. GL could not take out 57. I was getting set to short it, but it could not take out 57 yet anyway. Meanwhile, I guess Cavill is not over. Wow. If that's the reason, just because of this guy mentioning the stock on Twitter, first halt was at 330. So tripled from here. I'm sure anybody with shorts with this one is sort of salivating, but the problem is where? All right, I think I checked this float earlier on the Cavill, KAVL. I think I checked it earlier. Just want to see what that other website has. And the answer is about the same. Yeah. So that is the true float, guys. That's why. So if you're wondering how can a stock be up 240%? Well, especially when no news other than some guy saying, I don't even know what he said, doesn't really matter. But it's because of the float, 855,000 shares, which is an insane number. It has traded the float over many times, probably about 25 times. What did it get up to? It got up to almost $10. And I mean, I can't believe I'm going to look at the monthly chart to see where it could go, but the next high is 1373, 945. I mean, it was above that earlier. If it gets above that again, 1373 on the monthly chart. Look at the volume last month, 100 million total. Today, it's doing basically well, not all that, but 21 million today. And remember, we're on the 15th, so half a month is gone, and 23 million have traded this month, 21 million today. There will always be another one. Always be another one. Randall, okay, in our YouTube room, can someone tell me how to get to the stock scanner on Trade Ideas? So, Randall, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? I'm talking to Randall in our YouTube room. Are you a subscriber? I mean, there's not just one stock scanner. I mean, you can create your own, you can have mine, but you can go to our channel bar. All sorts of scanners are there. But are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? So I'm talking to Randall in our YouTube room. Haven't got an answer from him yet. Well, okay. The thing with this one, though, I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, this is incredibly volatile with that float. Anything could happen. Okay, so there were a couple of areas. I mean, the VWAP was way down here at one point around 630. That's why I had 635. I had so you could have taken it there. Okay, so Randall, did you hear my question to you? Okay, guys, by the way, GL now underneath 57. Did you hear my question? Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? And we have a bit of a delay in YouTube, okay, about a 7 or 8-second delay. So, I mean, I'm asking you, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Well, if you can't hear me, are you trying to put a link in, Andy? Are you trying to put a link in? Because you cannot put links in our YouTube room. Yeah, so you cannot put links in the YouTube room, okay? Okay, so Randall, I don't know what to I don't know how I can help Randall. You can load the ORB? You can? Okay. Well, let me just give me a moment, okay? Well, Chris is going to be in their YouTube room in about 10 minutes. Well, Chris will be in the YouTube room. Okay, now you can hear me, Randall. Okay, so question are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Because when you say how to get the stock scanner, I mean there are many scanners, okay, for Trade Ideas. What you're seeing, this is what I use, but I'm sharing a lot of different scans in our channel bar, for instance, new, and then doc channel bar. These are all different theme-based channels with scans in them. So there's not just like when you say the stock scanner, I have to understand what you mean by that. But, Chris will be in our room very soon. He might be able to help you also. I just don't know what you mean by the stock scanner. If you're just talking in general, you had a toolbar up here. All right, guys, GL interesting me now. I see now underneath 57 again, 56.83, 56.92 on the bid ask. Problem is I'm going the stock scanner that only produces the winning trades. Yeah. All right, I'm in it. Let's see. Ooh, there's the MNDR now. Shoot. Look at this thing take out 20 now. Not in it. I'm in the jail though. I'm in the jail short. Now my problem is I'm taking a break, but I'm not in a. I'm going crazy on it. So Randall, I'll be taking a break in about 2 or 3 minutes. Chris usually shows up just before noon. And he might be, I just don't know what you mean by the stock scanner. I mean, if you're brand new, you might have a toolbar up here if you can see. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. There are a lot of scans in our channel bar. I don't know if you're using our web-based version or if you're using our downloadable application or if you're trying to use the free 15-minute delayed version. I just don't know what you mean exactly, but Chris will probably help you. Okay, guys. So just to get ready for when Chris shows up, I'm going to put my announcement in. There he is. Just give me a moment, Chris. All right, guys. So here's my announcement on mute back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. So I just heard a little pop, guys. So Chris is in our YouTube room right now. Before I leave, though, I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay, guys. So there is the YouTube link in. I will put myself on mute now in the main room. And now I can welcome Chris. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
How is you?
We're doing all right over here. We got a sunny day. I went for a morning run. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
How are your knees holding out?
They're holding up well.
Okay.
Got the Brooklyn Half Marathon in a month.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So that'll be fun. I saw what you just asked in Slack about that the OBR. So it's a cloud link to the channel essentially saved. But, as far as the web version goes, first, it's not going to end up in a docked layout all nice and neat. It's going to be a bunch of windows stacked. And then, there's no tree maps in the web. So it's going to come top listy. And that's really it. The race won't obviously transpire to the web either. But,
gotcha.
The general basis of the scans, anyways, will be there to be accessed in that regard.
Okay. That clarifies it. And Randall's been asking me a question, so I don't know. Maybe I don't know if he's still there, but he's asking me how to get the stock scanner on Trade Ideas. So we've been kind of going back and forth. I'm not 100% sure he's a subscriber right now, but I'll let you deal with that. Okay.
All right. Sounds good. You enjoy your break, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Oh, I got to change my screen. Haha. All righty. Pardon me, folks. Get my screen up there for you all. There we are. All right. So Barry making his way to his break. I'll settle on in real quick before I get to Randall here. Happy Monday to everybody. As per usual, or if you're new to this whole gig, my name's Chris Varley. I do the 12 o'clock Eastern support session here on Mondays. Occasionally I fill in for others during the week. This week looks like it'll be a normal week. No, maybe I'm lying. I could be filling in for Michael on Tuesday, actually, tomorrow. With all that said, though, this is an open forum. I don't really come with any pre-done content. If you folks are not asking questions, of course, I'm going to keep it moving forward and informative based on the software, charts, markets, so on and so forth. I always do prefer it when you folks drive the content with your questions. It makes for a little better back and forth. Oftentimes the questions that you folks have are similar to the questions that other folks have, and starts up a great dialogue back and forth, really help each other out, and that whole sense of community here. With all of that said, Randall, if you are listening and you're asking about where to find the scanner here, please first let me know you're listening. And I'll just start with the comment that the entire software is a scanner, essentially. There is no one scanner. We have over 500 data points for creating scans from scratch with. So there's really an infinite amount of scans that could be created. When you go to start a new scanner, they often default to a name. I think alert windows start with breaking out on volume. Top windows start out as being called volume leaders. They're just default names. They're not really anything. That's the basis of that. I'm going to table that for the moment until I see some kind of confirmation that you're listening and picking up some of what I've just said. This way I don't go down an entire path and then 20 minutes later have you tell me you just got back in and listening. So let me know that you're here. Let me know that you're listening, Randall Cross, and we will delve further into the topic of scans, building scans, themes behind scans, so on and so forth. For the rest of you, please, don't be shy. Get those questions in, get those comments in, whatever you want to talk about, look at, think about regarding the software and the market. We're going to get to it, right? If not, well, like I said before, I'll do my best to keep this moving forward and informative. So, all right, let's start with Let's start with what's coming through the relative strength from the open scanner on the top right here. So obviously, MNDR has been in play for quite some time here. Here's the first couple of candles on it. I don't know if this is an IPO or if it was a SPAC swap over. All the same, just trade it or look at it the way it is here. Regarding this thing, it's just been kind of really off to the races since whatever that inception is going to be right here. And today is no different. Good for $5 and $6 basically from the prior day's close, which is good for 39.5% from the prior day's close, and just about 44%. Well, now it's juggling itself back and forth from the open. So plenty of liquidity. Volume isn't anything crazy as in compared to the prior days here. I'm talking about relative volume. It's not exactly a big data sample to go with. The relative volume filter we have looks back 30 days as a ratio, looking at 1 minute candles, a whole bunch of things behind it. But the thing that you need to know mostly is that it's looking at 30 days essentially, and with only 3 prior days today, not exactly a large sample size. So yeah, that's that. What else do we have going on? KAVL having itself a day here, obviously on a daily chart, not looking so healthy. Obviously today looking quite healthy. Opened fairly mute, and then all of a sudden some volume, and I'm guessing a halt here came into play, and it's been really off to the races ever since then. It's good for about 26 million shares traded on a day and doing near 50 times what it's normally doing. And the volume's kept up fairly well, seeing a slight tick down here coming into the lunch hour on the East Coast. I don't have it verified, but it looks like it's under 1 million in the float anyway. So it's a micro cap, beyond micro cap, really, as far as that goes. This is not the kind of stock that you're entering and then going to make a sandwich, go to the bathroom, go stretch your legs. This is the kind of thing you got to really be there. And pile on through here. I see Diagnosis trying to coax Randall into to answering and see if he can't help a little bit as well. LGVN. Again, daily chart, not looking so great. Had a couple of recent days here with some heavy volume. Big topping shadow on that day, so it gapped up, traded up, fell, closed down, basically near the close of the prior day. Today, looks like it might be headed for something similar. We'll see. That 250 area, I think that looms big if it can hold that and stay up. If it can, who knows, maybe it makes a return back. If not, so we I think I get the scanners. Can you help me with how to use odds maker? Yeah, so odds maker is only going to be done on an alert window. So, we can just make a general makeshift alert window here for the purposes of this. I've set my alert windows to default to be, I called it new alert window. I don't have any filters that it starts with. And I like to start with the crossed above resistance alert. Of course, you can go with anything that you want, but we're going to start there for the purposes of this exercise. Lots of alerts in here. Neutral alerts are indicated by this blue color that's here. Bearish alerts indicated by red, although halt isn't necessarily bearish or bullish. It kind of depends on where the halt happens or which direction the halt happens in, but that's not a full-blown conclusion. A halt up means it continues up, or a halt down means it continues down. It can go the other way. But here we can see running up now, green, running down now, red. So generally speaking, bullish and bearish alerts will indicate with colors green and red. So that'll be the first thing that you want to do with an alert window. When back testing, I'm going to highly recommend stick to one alert. Alerts will work independently of each other. They work dependent of the filters. So what needs to happen is that whatever filters you end up with in here have to be happening and satisfied at the same time the selected alert event is happening. And that's how the odds maker knows to make the quote entry call on that first initial alert. So again, for this purposes, we're going to say for time's sake, we're just going with crossed above resistance. Now, I have no idea what you're looking for in back testing, as in what kind of strategy you're going to want. So I'm just going to kind of make this up as I go along. So let's start with volume, right? And make sure we're trading something that's got a little bit of liquidity on the day. So today's volume, here's the units. That's going to be shares for that. We'll add that filter. And let's say, I don't know, we're going to go with 650,000 shares minimum traded on the day, right? And maybe want to add a little more volume kind of metrics to it. And we'll say in the last 5 minutes. So these percent volume filters here, from volume percent today all the way to 30-minute volume, those all work with 10 days averages as percents. So 100% is it's doing its normal volume, 200 is 2 times, 300 is 3 times, so on and so forth. All on the flip side of it, you had a 50, it's doing half of what it's normally doing on that time period for the 10-day average. And so let's go with a 5-minute one for fun. And let's go with, I don't know, we're going to put a 250 minimum in there. So that means in order to get the alert right now, we have to have traded at least 650,000 shares on the day and 250% of what it's normally doing on a 5-minute volume, essentially. Let's come back to the configure here. And we'll kind of peruse through. Let's get rid of that. So we're looking at the full set of filters. We're going to use this to get rid of the alerts, so we don't have to scroll through all those. So we've got a couple of volume metrics in there. Maybe we'll leave that for the moment. Perhaps we want to be looking at stocks that gapped up, right? We could add that filter and we could say, only show me stocks that have gapped up a minimum of 1%, right? And we could use this magnifying glass in the middle here. It's called the show me function. So if I go ahead and click that, you're going to see, because I have the 1 value in there, show me stocks where the open was at least 1% above the previous close. This is reactionary to real time in the sense of if I start editing these fields and I press OK, the scan will accept those changes and it'll tell me here what the change did to the scan. So right now we got that 1 showing that. But if I put a 6 here, for example, in the maximum column, now it's saying show me stocks where the open was between 1 and 6% above the previous close, right? And if I take that away, same thing, it's gone. And if I had left that 6 in there, that 6 would have carried over here into what we're looking at. Let's get back into the search tab here. Let's continue to search for a couple of things. Now, where I would say when I'm first building something that I'm looking to back test, one of the first things I would likely do is not put too many filters in here, right? Let's get a good data sample size and set and see what it looks like. If it's insane with how many alerts that are coming through and completely unmanageable, then we start to tighten values or add more filters. I would say an insane amount of alerts is a little less subjective than a lot of other things we might, carry over to or discuss. And what do I mean by that? If you've got a scan that's given you in the back test 5,000 alerts over the course of 63 days, that's completely unmanageable. Your broker's never going to be able to. You're just not going to be able to manage that, right? First off, you'd probably need an account that's got $10 million in it to start with, right? Second, do you really want to have 30, 40, 50, 60 open positions at once? I highly doubt any retail traders, especially the ones that are here, are going to want to have that kind of money in open positions out there being managed. Now, maybe you're going to be one of those super quants that could get out there with data tables and you got yourself all set up and you're going to want something like that and you're comfortable and you've got huge money to allocate to all this. I think that's the outlier, though. That's not the norm. So with all that said, we'll break that down a little bit more once we start running the back test here. Let's see. Again, and as you're building out a scan, have a theme behind it. Don't just throw things at a wall and see what sticks. You're not likely to get great results from that. So, so far in this, we're saying, we want to see a little bit of volume traded on the day. We want to see stocks that have made a gap up. We want to see stocks that have a little bit of intraday volume coming as well. Now maybe we want to theme with something with VWAP behind the scan. All right. So we go ahead and add that VWAP 1 filter. That means it's the VWAP from today's open, essentially. And it's a distance from, let's use the show me function to see what we're doing here. And let's say we want to see stocks that are at least 0.75 above that VWAP. All right. We might want to take that VWAP theme and go a little bit more. The VWAP distance from VWAP 2 is the distance from the open of yesterday into today with the VWAP. And, maybe we're trying to find some kind of, serious momentum going on here. And we say, you know what? I'm going to want it 1% above that VWAP as well. Let's go ahead and give it a price range here. Maybe we'll start with stocks that are, we're going to for $3 to start with here. And let's put a cap of $100 on here. We're going to go ahead and press OK. And we're going to call this. So when we press OK, it's going to bring us to the summary tab here. Window name, we're going to name that. And, Randall or anybody else, you want to chime in, you want to let me know you're following along. If you have questions about anything that I've done, discussed, or anything like that, don't be shy to throw those in there. And if anybody has any other questions regarding the software anyways for the moment, throw those in. I'll make sure I get to them. If there's time later on today, if you're throwing in charts, I'll look at those charts, but I'm going to focus on software stuff before I get into any charts for anybody. With that said, let's name this odds maker overview for today. And we're going to press OK. And we've now got a scan here. All right. Bring that over to this screen that's there. And there you have it, folks. So that's the first step of all that, getting some sort of alert window built. Next thing we do here is we'll right click, go to backtest strategy. This can only be done with alert windows. So if it's a window with an A in the top left corner, you can backtest it. If it's a window with a T or an M in the top left corner, you cannot backtest it. Has to be a single alert window. We go to backtest strategy and we have a series of tabs that are here. We're going to go right over those. And so we've got to decide what time do we want this to start taking trades, right? There is no pre-market, there is no post-market on the back testing. So we can start it right from the open, and we can carry it right into the end of the day here as well. For now, we're going to open it all the way on this, and then we'll start to use the actual odds maker and try to eliminate what the outliers are, what doesn't look good, what include what does look good after we run the back test and start the optimization process. Timed exit, we got to have a timed exit inside the odds maker here. Do you want to hold it in through the end of the day? Do you want to hold it to the market open the next day, the close the day after, so on and so forth? In this one, let's just say we're holding these for, we'll go with 45 minutes right now on this hold. All right. Risk management. You want to go a percent or a dollar in terms of your risk management. Let's go with percent for now. We can enable a profit target. So we'll put a profit target of 10 in there. Let's go with a stop loss of 3%. All right. Now, I'm sure there's a person or two out there that's saying, oh, what about use filter values? This gets into some extremely complicated usage of the software here. You can't just use filters that are in here for this. It requires a knowledge of our custom formula editor, the data points that we have within that. And there's a whole other topic that we could probably spend 2 full days on. So if you are not familiar with, building out custom formulas, I would recommend first getting familiar with that. That is something you're going to need to be a little self-sufficient on, and understand how the formula editor works, some basic math and things like that behind it. So for the purpose of this here, we're going to stick with these percentages, or if you go to do this on your own, you're welcome to do it in the dollars as well. But I like to work in percentages, so that's what we're going to do for this here. In the advanced here, again, on these advanced exit conditions, I'm going to ask you to stay right away from that, especially because most of these advanced exit conditions can't be used in real trading. Your brokers cannot accept these types of orders because we do not hold the orders on our servers. The closing orders go to the broker with the opening order as a bracket. That's just the way market mechanics works. That's the way it all goes. We had hopes and ambitions of working something else out with brokers in the past. They're not exactly receptive of us doing it that way, unfortunately. So they are the keepers of the orders. They are the executors of the orders, and we are at their mercy in that regard. So I'm going to, again, say stay right away from that. What I will tell you to do is make sure you have use all available columns checked, and this is going to come when we start optimizing the scan after we run some back tests here. Backtest data goes from 1 day through about 63 days, depending on how market holidays fall. You could see 61 or 62 days. You could see 63 or 64 days. 62, 63 is the norm on how that works. There is no way to get more data than that. I wish there was. I am an advocate of there being more at every single opportunity. Unfortunately, that's just not something that's going to happen at this time. Is there anything else to consider? Oh, one other thing to consider. You can't backtest today's data, right? Today is still happening, so it's just not possible to backtest today's data. One of the many reasons, and the most important reason, is we take all this data, digest it, and put it through our system, and then it gets turned out the next day, right? And that process, we call it the overnight process, and that doesn't happen till the overnight starts happening, right? So you cannot backtest today, even after the market closes. You cannot backtest today. You cannot backtest today till after midnight tonight. So just throwing that in there. Mike, see what's happening, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, so we've got that there. And in the summary, it's going to tell us what we're doing. We're initiating trades between 9:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. I'm on the East Coast, so that's why it has those times like that. We're exiting the trades after 45 minutes, or if a stop loss of 3% is hit, or if a stop loss of 10%, a profit target of 10% is hit. And we are back testing 63 days. We'll go ahead and simulate buy because this is a long strategy, not a short strategy. And this is going to go ahead and run right through for us. And we're going to see some results here. So there is a set of equity curves. Now, the first set of equity curves here at the top, this is just entering, exiting the trade. There's no commissions or anything else involved in it. This second line here is if we were doing $3 in and $3 out per trade. And the third one here is if we were getting 0.002 cents on shares per, on cost per share on those trades. So just a couple of different ways to look at this here on what this scan may or may not do at that time. Now, something that I've been taught along the way and figured out a lot through myself, through my own testing and back and forth with this, is equity curve doesn't really mean a whole lot of anything. Why is that? Because you could have 1 or 2 monster days that just lift that equity curve off the mat and into the sky, and you could have tons and tons of losing days, right? So you want to make sure that the daily on this is going to look decent with a spread of winners and losers versus just having, you know, 2 big or 1 big or 3 huge winning days, and you're not really getting anything else after that. Things that I would look at and that I would consider to be important is a profit factor here, average winners, losers, strategy return. Now, the average winner and loser, I would say, is much more important than anything else. Your win percent doesn't have to necessarily be high. You know, if you are winning, let's say, you know, for every winner, you're taking in 20 cents, and for every loser, you're taking in 10, 8, 9 cents, you know, you're losing 10, 8, 9 cents. Well, then, you know, if you're winning 43, 44% of the time, you're looking pretty good in here, right? That's gonna look pretty decent in there, right? Obviously, if you somehow land on something that's winning 50 plus percent of the time, and that average winner loser spread is looking real good, good on you. Absolutely, right? The next thing I'd be coming into is this daily here and taking a look. And we could see we got some real big winners. We got some real big losers here, kind of an even spread, leaning towards that loser side a little bit. So right now, not awesome. All right. I want to circle back on something I completely forgot that I think is extremely important if anybody is going to be trying to make something like this for live trading. Spread. You do not want to be getting filled on extra spready stocks and getting bad fills on those. So we do have a spread filter in pennies. And anytime I'm back testing something, I am using this filter in every single back test that I ever do. I think your spread is going to, you know, what you want in here is going to be relevant or relative to what you're looking for in the price of the stocks. $3 stock that has a 15-cent spread, not very good. You're going to want to avoid those. $100 stock that has a 15-cent spread, not really a big deal on that, right? So it starts to become relative to what you're doing. And while I've opened this way up here on the minimum, maximum values and price, I'm going to eventually close that down because I think, you know, one of the things that I've learned through back testing is that you want to keep price groups very close. You know, if you're going with low price stocks, stay with the low price stocks. If you're going with high price stocks, stay with the high price stocks. If you're somewhere in that middle, keep it in that middle range. So for example, you know, what I've got here, that $3 to $100 range, maybe not a great idea. And am I saying that there's no possible strategy that could ever look good like that? No, I'm not saying that, but I do feel like it's very unlikely you're going to be putting yourself behind that 8 ball on trying to get something like that. So you know what? Let's make the adjustment really fast on that right now. Let's bring that down to 50 right away. We're going to put a 7-cent spread here, 0.07. All right, so that's what we want on that here, saying that if the stock has a spread higher than 7% when this alert goes off, we want to look at it. Let's see what that does to the strategy right away when we back test again. Going to look different. Let's open it all the way up still for the time. It may look better. It may look worse. We'll adjust as we go forward based on all that. So, all right. Better and worse. And I'm going to give you why the better and why the worse. The better, the profit factor does look better here. There's my drawing tool, you know, 1.1's across, 1.26. We narrowed down trades from almost 2,200 to 1,050, give or take. And the winner loser percents, while not extremely important, that all looks nicer, and this looks nicer than that. But what I don't care for on this is the fact that at least we had a 4-cent spread here on the winners to losers. Now we're right on top of each other. And like this, you could never make money on a strategy like this, where you're basically at 50% winners and losers with 1 cent between the winners and losers on that spread. We're going to need to fix that. We're going to get rid of this. However, because we changed so much stuff up, we're going to look at that daily. We got a couple of real big winning days, got a lot of losing days like this here. So let's get into the optimization tab now. And again, folks with questions pertaining to the software, don't be shy. Throw those in here, right? I will circle back to any and all software questions, whether it's about the odds maker itself or something else within the software. First thing we're doing, we come in here to the optimization tab. You can see price here, and it's going to range us out on these prices. And we're not looking so good here. Let's get this price interval down. So because it's at that $5 one, it wants to start 0 to 5. I'll put it at $1 here. Now you can see we're looking at these stocks from 3 to 399, 4 to 499, so on and so forth. And we can see, you know, what the average winner is, what the profit is, the total percent of trades and all those things like that that are in here for us. And, you know, first thing I'm noticing here is that this $3 set here, total returns minus 10%, ain't looking too great. We can cut a bit of fat off of that for sure, but we're not going to cut anything yet. All right. Just want to get a snapshot of what all this looks like. And we can see here, once we get above 46.99, looking real ugly, but it's only a total of 8 trades that are there. So is there something else that can be done with the scan that make those look better? We're going to find out. We're going to test around a little bit. We're going to look at things first before we start cutting fat off this piece of meat. Here in the time of day, right now it's working at 60-minute intervals, and we can see here, I know it says 9, but it's because it's looking at 60-minute intervals. If I go to 30, watch this, it's going to cut that back down, 9.30 through there. Profit factor is okay. Win percentage is terrible. Total returns, horrible, but there's a lot of trades that are in there, right? Through the rest of here, we can see that noon 30 to 1 o'clock hour is absolutely horrific in every sense of the word. And so this comes to another thought process that I've had behind all my back testing that I've done over the years, is that you might get something that looks good for like an hour. Work it in that hour, cut everything else out, right? You might also find that it had other 15, 30, 40-minute blocks of time that look good. Start right-clicking, duplicating that scan, and running the back test on just those time periods alone, cutting out the other areas, right? The odds of you coming up with a scan that looks good from the open to the close and it's doing everything, I'd say it's got to be as close to 0% as possible. It could even be 0% for all I know. With an infinite amount of ways to do all this, you know, no way to really know. But my point being is, why go through the heartache if you see an area just doesn't look good and you've done some of the fat trimming from it and things like that? Why even bother with that strategy in that time period? There might be some other strategy. And remember, we're based this mostly off of some VWAP and a little bit of volume in the day. With all that said, the last thing that we can look at is other filters. And that is the reason behind backtest strategy in the advanced, use all available columns. Because if you only use columns from this strategy, when you go to this drop-down menu here with all available columns, you'll see every single filter in here to look at how it's impacting the scanner, whether it's involved in the scan or not. If you're only using columns from the scan, you're only going to see a couple of columns that are involved in the scan that are being used, and that's it. And that doesn't really give you a lot to work with. With all of that said, the first thing I like to do is time of day on starting to cut fat here. 30 minutes is a big clip. Let's cut it down to 15 minutes. And, you know, we can see in through here, just not looking great through a lot of that. Let's even cut it down to 10 minutes. So that first 10 minutes, absolutely terrible. So the first thing we're going to do is we're now going to back test this, and we're not going to start a trade until 9:40. There we go. And we're going to run that. And we're going to cut out 113 trades, which is 10% of what this scan is already looking at. And we're going to compare. And we'll start in the summary tab. And we will start with the equity curve. All right. And see what this did. So now we are looking at a profit factor of 1.26 versus 1.34. We've opened that to 2 cents at least now. This all looks a little better here. All right. If we come to the daily, here and here, where I like to kind of bring them stacked on each other, and just clean up those drawings here. And let's take a look. So look here as compared to here, and here as compared to here. We cut off some decent losing through here. A little bit more as well we've cut off as well. But we did add a losing day here, as we can see, right? So some give and some take on this. This bigger winning day, losing day becomes a little bit smaller. So, all right, we trimmed some stuff from it, and the scan now is going to stay like that. We're going to drop that equity curve. We're going to get that out of here, or that back test. And we're going to continue to look to improve upon this from here, right? So we come back into the optimization tab, And let's start to break this down, and let's go with $3 increments, right? So we started here on this. You know what? I'm lying. Let's stay with time of day for one more second here. Let's go to 5. Let's break it down to 5 now. We can see here, it ain't looking too great on this whole area here. So we have to ask ourselves if this 9:45 through 10 o'clock is worth having this 9:40 to 9:44 time frame in here, and what that would do. We would be dropping a lot of trades here. Right now, we are still at 990 trades over that. One other thing we can look at here that's important is look how many trades, almost near 50 some of these days. So you can see how many trades per day here that's going on. So it's important to keep in mind as well when we're doing this. All right, with all that said, you know what? This is a tough one. Let's go with price now. Let's go with price. And we can see here, this doesn't really look good in this range here. Let's bring it down to $2. Doesn't look great. Let's bring it down to $1. I'm trying to really see how far we want to go to cut stuff off. And you know what? We're going to cut this off here, and we're going to eliminate right up to that $5.99. Now, here's something we can do with this that makes it a little cleaner, a little nicer for some of this. If I right click here, I can say set the min price to 5 or set the max to $5.99. What we're going to do is, in this case, I'm going to go to that 5 right now. All right, and we're going to set a min price of 5 now. You can see it opened up the scan. It put that in there. I'm going to press OK. That has now been adjusted inside the scan. We're going to run the back test again. Make sure everything is looking how we want it. All through here, all that. All right, very good. We're going to simulate the buy again. Go to the summary. Let's go to the summary. Let's make some comparisons here. All right, so we dropped off another 200 plus trades that are through here. We brought that back into just a penny between. Profit factor did tick up for us a little bit, so we're gonna leave it right now. Not overly thrilled with it, however, I'm going to leave that for the time being. Let's look at this again here. Our biggest winning day looks a little nicer. Looks like a little more winning going on through here. The losers did open up back a bit again here, right? They did open up a little bit on some of these. Some of them did take a tick down as well. We're going to go with that now. All right, let's come back to the optimization process. Let's come back to the time of day. Let's break that down to 5-minute intervals again. We're going to leave that for the moment. Let's look at what we're seeing on the back end here. I'm going to leave that for now because there's some decent ones here, with the exception of these trades that were initiated at the end. Profit factor isn't great. Win percentage isn't great. So we're now going to stop making trades at 355 here. Back test. Don't you initiate any more trades. Simulate the buy. Let's see how that impacts the scan. And we ticked up here. We brought it 2 cents back. These start to look a little nicer again. Equity curve, more than less the same. Daily and daily. All right. We took off another 80-ish trades, 81 trades. We're getting that number down a little bit. Here we're up near 40 still. Now we're under 35 trades per day on the maxes. All right. Too much else to comment in here on this, so we're going to leave that like that. Now we're going to drop that off of here, and now we're going to, in the optimization process, take one more look at time of day. All right, that's looking, look how nice it looks in through here. So what I want to show you now is I want to discuss two things. First, I want to revisit that if a time frame looks like it's working, focus on those time frames. Two, don't curve fit. What does curve fit mean? It means you just keep doing things to make the back test look better and better and better. And while that's wonderful, that doesn't mean it'll forward test well. We'll get into that in a few moments here. I don't see anything else coming in specifically to the software. So we're going to continue with this since there's no other software-based questions. And so what I want to do now is we discussed a duplicate, right? And changing some stuff up here. We're going to right click. We're going to go to backtest and we're going to initiate these trades from that 940 and cut them out at 10:59. We're not going to let it take any more trades after 10:59. So right there, we're going to simulate that buy. And we're going to see some big adjustments going on here now, right? So let's come back to summary and equity curve, right? And so if we compare these here again, really kind of took a loop up on that. Look at that average winner loser spread. That's what we want to see. That's the kind of thing we want to start to see that's there. Now let's break down the daily here. Look at those winners and losers now, right? That's looking something a lot more manageable here. We're down to 330 trades, also more manageable, right? But I want to take it one step further here because if we went back into the optimization tab, look how nice this looked in here from 1 p.m. on, right? And so we're going to duplicate again. Duplicate one, free floating and back test. And now we're not going to take a trade until 1 p.m. Oh, got to bring that out, right? When we say 355, we were cutting off on this side. So you see, it wouldn't let me do what I wanted to do because it couldn't initiate the trades overlapping like that. 1 p.m. there. Perfect. We're going to simulate that buy now. Or we're not going to simulate it. Hello. Why are you hanging up on me? Did I do something wrong? Hello. I must have done something wrong. Okay, here it goes. Not sure what happened there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. 99 complete. All right. So here, not so great, right? And while that profit factor looks good and the winners percent is real high, not one successful trader out there will tell you, yeah, work on win percentage and don't worry about your average winners or losers. There's not one out there. That I'm very confident of. So while that daily looks good like that, we need to get that looking better. And we could start a whole new optimization process in this here. Look at this. If we cut this out right here, let's set the max at that. Watch what's going to happen to this one we just did. You know, this becomes the real rabbit holes here with back testing. And you'll end up like me and you'll be up all night back testing and falling asleep at your desk. Did I do that right? Was that the right one to do that from? It was. I'm surprised that didn't look much better. That didn't look much better. Let's see why. Oh, because that was only 2 trades. That's why. So it was such a small percent of what was going on there. Let's break this down a little bit, all right, in that price interval. Let's go $2. So look at that. We could really cut some stuff off here. Still only 5 trades. Not that much. All right, but we're gonna do that anyways. We're gonna set that max to 144 there. 41.99, excuse me. I just saw this here. That looked terrible through there. Let's go ahead and set a minimum price now of $6. This, I think, will have some significant impact on the scan, and we'll backtest again. And this is the last one I'm going to do like this because I've gone down some of the rabbit holes that I wanted to, and look at the difference in there with that profit factor. We got that spread even here again, so it's something we could continue to be worked on. The next thing in the optimization that I want to show you is the other filters. And so now we can start to go through all of these other filters. If we wanted to look at a 2-minute RSI and how that's impacting it, right? We go and look at average true range and how that's impacting the scan. Doesn't mean we have to act on any of these. And some of these may not give you actionable data on them, right? We could look at, if you wanted your scan to be based off of what the overall market's doing. We have a change in Dow in several times, or a change in, let's see if I can find it here. I know I can, but the S&P somewhere in here. There's NASDAQ, your change from the NASDAQ over a time period. And last but not least, change S&P right there as well. So you can see how the market movements over these last time periods that we offer are impacting that scan as well. You may want to consider that if you're trying to find stocks that have, or if you're trying to get the scan, you're having trouble finding that spread between the average winners and losers, you might want to consider a volatility filter in there, whether it's in dollars or percent, things like that, things of that nature, where sometimes opening up the volatility of a scan can get you bigger winners. It can also get you bigger losers, but that's where your stop losses come in. You can consider, beta for volatility as well. There's beta somewhere in here. This is mostly in alphabetical order. So betas should be up here. There you go. Beta ratio, right? So these are the different things that you could look at and think about on the back testing. I really haven't seen any questions regarding the software coming in here, so I'll take it as the silence is you're all just digesting what we've been over. If you folks don't have any other questions, I'll kind of, I guess, wrap this up at this point, what we've done here with the back testing. And let's see, I'm going to move on over into John asked at HUBC. And again, if you folks have questions on any of what we did, I'll leave these up here for now. So if someone wants to revisit any of this, I'm happy to revisit any of it, happy to go over it. But when you're not giving me any questions to guide me along the way, we'll leave it where it is. HUBC. So yeah, I don't look like it's been around too long here. I'm lying. Looks like it's been around a while. It's just my chart was really squashed. All right, so that's what we look like there as far as that goes. Not exactly a daily chart with a lot of bullishness on it. However, you've got this recent, let's call bullish action going on here. $2 looms to be very, very big. It's a huge psychological number for that stock. You got, number of hurdles to get through and things like that, but it's obviously a big intraday trader today. Huge volume, huge liquidity on it, so on and so forth. Found itself gapping up and moving down, found itself under the VWAP, recaptured it, exploded off of that underneath. Not explode because it went over that VWAP. I have no idea. Just, something that I noticed here. But it certainly got some bullish momentum coming into it, and we could see volume has come back to life, after really being down here for a bit. So make of all that what you will. $2 is going to be a challenge for it, more likely than not. So that's what I would consider there. Oh, Michael Anthony, HPE had another upgrade. All right, yeah, I don't, good for them. HPE, sorry, HPE. So it's that Hewlett Packard. So not a lot going on there, I guess. It's fading after whatever this move was here. It looks like it's trying to come back to once it came. Obviously, the stock trades enough shares, because even at doing less than half of what it normally does, it's still there. I think it's a stock that's going to be more than less tied to the market. Just my, personal 2 cents. So if you're looking for something that's alpha to the market or relatively strong to the market, I don't think HP is it, but for whatever that's worth. GTN up good, which has 19 insiders bought much higher. I will say this: I like when insiders are buying. It's less relevant when they're selling than when they're buying. Why is that? People can sell stock for a multitude of reasons. They're putting a new addition on their house. They got to raise some funds for that. Kids are going off to college. They, have a major surgery coming up. They're taking care of a loved one that requires a lot of money. They're looking to buy a vacation property. There are so many reasons that an insider could sell a stock for. There's only one reason that insiders are buying, and that's because they believe in the stock, and that's it. So it's not that insider selling isn't meaningful. It's just that, if you don't see a ton of insiders dumping the stock and you're seeing one or two maybe here and there over the course of a year or whatever, it's just, less of a big deal than if you see one or two insiders selling is not nearly as impactful as one or two insiders buying. And when you see a number of insiders buying, I think that doesn't mean it's a green light, I'm going in or anything like that. But it's something that can be considered. Do I consider it? No. But there are many that do. So with all that said, GTN, we can look at the chart here. Daily chart looks terrible. If we're being honest, great television. I have no idea who or what they are. Daily chart looks really horrific. That's the definition of a falling knife from way back here. But all the same, you never know. Could turn around, I guess. It may or may not. Nobody has a way to predict that. But this has got a lot of work to do. $6 is going to be a challenge. $6.50 is going to be a big challenge. If it gets above that 650, then you can start to talk about getting up into that gap. So anyways, that's what I could comment on GTV. So what happened to SoFi? No clue. I'm going to guess that it has more sellers than buyers. SOFI. If I was a betting man, I would be betting, I don't know. It's down 1% up 1 1/3% today. So, it's not, it has no real volume in it. Yes, lots of liquidity, but no volume compared to the liquidity it normally does. There's nothing to really comment there other than my multi-period indicator shows that it's in a downtrend, clear downtrend from here. So that's all I could say on SoFi. So, all right, as far as things go right now, it's, I'm guessing, surmise that you got your fill as far as the back testing stuff goes in the odds maker. I wanted to circle into, these other folks that had thrown some things in there for the comments on the YouTube side of things here. I will circle back on the last thing, unless someone asks a question or has something else regarding the odds maker, is that the next thing you start to do is once you get something that's back tested and you're, let's call it, happy with those results, the next thing you do is, you make sure you save that scan. And then the next day and every day moving forward or every third day or whatever you want to do is open that scan and back test it again and see what those back tests look like as days, 61, 2 and or 3 start to roll off the back tests and these new days start to come on to replace them. And how does that scan look? If the scan starts to fall apart, you're going to have to re-examine and go back over and start to, look at what's not working anymore with it, going through the filters, the optimizations of those filters, the time periods in which the trades are being initiated, price ranges and things like that. If it continues to look decent, maybe you don't want to touch it for the time being. There's a lot of ways to do this, in the back testing here, it's, all these filters, the time of day, all that stuff like that. You also have to consider your timed exit, does something work better with a smaller time hold, a larger time hold? Your risk management, is it better to not have a profit target and just do, shorter time holds or longer time holds? I would really, really advise against not having a stop loss. Even though you're going to have a time hold regardless, I just feel like anything trading without a stop loss is a terrible idea. That's not to say that there isn't a strategy out there with only a time hold and no actual stop loss that won't work. It's just against my religion of trading and charts. That's all. It's the only religion that I subscribe to is charts and risk management of those charts. To each their own on all that, and experiment. Especially experiment with the back testing. Obviously, it's not going to cost you anything other than your subscription trade ideas, and experiment. The next part of the forward testing is if you want to load this, you have to be on premium to do any of this. If you want to load this into Brokerage Plus and simulate it in automation with the simulated account and automation, that's another way to start getting into the forward testing of it and things of that nature. So that's what I really have to share on that, folks. Let's see, Debbie, can you create different can docked window, i.e. one for pre-market, one for Momo scan? I mean, yeah, you can do whatever you want with the docks within reason, obviously. So what you could do is, let's say you got a set of scans that your pre-market scans and you want to get a dock going for them. So let's just pretend these 3 windows are 3 different windows that are for the pre-market, right? I could right click it, duplicate into new docked window. And here it goes. Now it's in that new docked window. The next thing I would do is this, right click up here on the docked in that top border and go change title. That's going to change the title. And for this was pre-market, we go my pre-market dock. Let's just call it DOCK, not DOK, right? And there it is like that. Now I'm going to minimize this a bit or shrink it down, right? And then I can start to take anything else I want to add to it, and I could right click it, duplicate into pre-market dock, duplicate into pre-market dock. And so I'm just going to get this, I'm just going to get this stuff in there for now. Let's get one more for fun. Duplicate, and you could duplicate the same window in there over and over again. I just want to show with all these in there. And then you start to arrange them however you want. So you pull it out and you're going to see the docking tool show up and, start to arrange them whatever you see fit. There it is. You want to get a chart in there, I could right click, I could right click this chart and duplicate into pre-market dock. Sorry, I'm on a internal beta version of the software, so it's kind of wonky with some stuff. I got to get rid of that. See if it'll work here. Duplicate into pre-market dock. No, doesn't want to do it. All right, let's try this new chart window. Okay, all right. There we go. Duplicate the pre-market dock. Yeah, I know you uploaded it. Good for you. Sorry, I'm talking to the software. So there, I've got the chart there, and we can arrange this however we want with that. And then I would, do the same exact process exercise with the next set of windows. I would always encourage people this. I don't see any logical reason to have a pre-market setup and a regular market setup running at the same time. Perhaps you'll have one, and by all means, if you do, good on you, run it. I am just one of those people that if I'm in the regular session, I really don't need to see what the pre-market was doing. It's not going to bear any impact on me. It'll in fact hinder me because it's more data my brain is trying to look at and comprehend at the same time trying to look at and comprehend what's going on now. It also taxes your machine and everything else. And so I just feel like it's a less is more kind of thing. There may be some reason you want a window from your pre-market for something, but I don't think you're going to want an entire pre-market layout at the same time that you want your regular market layout. I very well could be wrong. And if I am wrong, so be it. There is some ambiguity and subjectiveness to some of that stuff. So I would encourage you to do what works and what applies for you in that regard. I would just say, keep in mind that, there are limitations to your machine, the software, your internet connections, bandwidth, all of those things like that, and how they are impacting the flow of everything. And there's there's a limitation to the bandwidth of your brain, right? So, keep that in mind as well. I'm a less is more kind of person in that regard. That's all. So with all of that said, let's see here. How would you make an alert for bearish candle from above Bollinger Band on a 30-minute chart? How would I do something like that? That's a tough one there. I don't know if that's because if you're above the Bollinger Band, going to be hard to find a bearish candle above the Bollinger Band, right? Get rid of all that stuff. But the direction that I would send you with this for the moment, anyways, is I would start with a top list, and then I would tell you search Bollinger Bands. BIBOLL. All right, and look at what we got for Bollinger Bands in here. You're going to have to work with one of those. There's no other possible Bollinger Band setup that could exist within the software, so you'd have to work from there. And we're looking to come from above the Bollinger Band. I'm just going to use 15 for this at the moment. You want a minimum then of, let's say, 100, right? And this is going to tell you, show me stocks where the price is at least 100% above the lower band, which is essentially outside of the top band. You'd be starting there like that. Then, the issue comes in, I guess you want to see stocks that are down. So change, and I don't know if you want to see change over the last, let's say 10 minutes in a percent and add that filter, and you want a minimum of, let's say it's down 3%, for example, right? So that's where I would be, that's where I'd be headed, Old McDonald. We don't have a pattern recognition in regard of what you're really, really looking for. Maybe kind of, sort of. You'd have to then come over to an alert window instead. You could look at those patterns in there as far as that goes. Let's see. You can look at these candlestick patterns that we offer. Maybe you want to start on some of these with one of these and then move it over into the filter section of it in that regard then. Yeah, you could do that. You could start with that. Absolutely. That might be one way to go. So you're above the daily Bollinger and then looking for it to collapse in. So, again, you'd start Bollinger. Boy, if I could type, that would be really cool, right? Oh, candlestick pattern. That's my problem. I didn't have it on all. Bollinger, B-O-L-L. So, you could start here on that daily, add that filter, minimum of, let's say, I don't know, 105. Not 1,052. 105, right? And, then you could go with that change, whatever you want it to be. Let's get rid of all that extra stuff. Change 30 minutes. And over the last 30 minutes, add that filter, and you could say it's down, again, 3%, for example, right? So now you're telling the scan, show me stocks where the price is, above lower Bollinger Band by that much, but it's down that much over this amount of time. That's where I'd work from. That's the direction. Yeah, throwing noodles at the fridge is okay. You got to start somewhere, right? So start throwing some stuff in there, see what it looks like. You bring the scan out and start to look at what it's doing here. A few different ways to slice this. Once you've built it, you go back in history and go today, for example. See everything that it threw at you here and what you think of these charts and what it looks like, and start to ask yourself, what's working, what's not working, what looks good, what doesn't look good, how can I get more of what looks good, and how can I get less of what looks bad, that type of thing like that. While you're throwing, let's call it noodles at the fridge, you're not completely throwing noodles at the fridge because you have a direction you want to go versus someone that just starts randomly. I have no idea what I'm scanning for. I'm just going to throw a bunch of filters and alerts in here, and I'm just going to put some values in there because that's really throwing it at the fridge. At least you've got a direction you want to head in, and you can start to search out filters, or at least search out themes of filters that are relevant to what you were trying to do, and begin to add what does exist within the system to get there. And that's how I would shake that out in that regard. I hear a whisper.
Wow. This mic is awesome.
You sounding clear as a whistle when I'm listening to you.
But it's incredible, seriously, because this is what I said. I mean, that's all I
Yeah.
did. You know, listen, is that a little bird? Is that little bird I hear? Is that an AI alert, or is that a little bird outside your window?
No. That's just right outside. You know, we've got a nice enough day where I've got windows and doors open here, and I
Ah,
happen to be, while I'm not that far from New York City, I've got enough nature around me that they like to sing to me.
well, it's an absolutely beautiful sound, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing happier than birds twittering.
There really isn't,
I don't
and
think,
it's
anyway, in my humble opinion.
and
IMHO.
and you know, when you've got a nice sunny morning and it's 5:30 in the morning and the birds are out, and you know, you just kind of, for me anyways, got that like get up and go kind of feeling with, you know, you're up with them and you're feeling their energy.
Exactly.
Perhaps I'm just a crazy person.
No, 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 no. In fact, we would have canaries in the house, except for our cat. And
Oof.
so, the cat,
Yeah, I don't
not
think
that the
that works
cat
so
would eat
well.
them, but I mean, they would probably terrorize the birds in the cage. So
Yeah,
I just couldn't do that. But I'd love to have canaries because they just twitter all day long, make you feel good.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Anyway, my friend, I'm a little bit earlier, but thank you as always for spelling me, letting me take my little hour off.
Of course. I thank you kindly for letting me talk to these good folks. Hopefully, they got a little bit out of it. We did a lot of odds maker stuff, but
Yeah.
nobody's
No, I.
too much of anything. So,
Okay. Yeah, I saw that Ars Maker stuff. Okay, I'll take over. And again, thanks a lot.
thank you, everybody. You have a great rest of the week. If I don't see you tomorrow, I don't know if I'll be filling in for Michael or not, but if I do, I'll see you tomorrow. If not, I'll see you next week. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.
All right, guys. I am. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Let me get my music going. Announcement. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, now I had to do a reboot. Machine was starting to rev up a little too much, so I had to do a reboot. And so I have lost all the original alerts, but I do see edible EDBL. I don't think that was earlier, but it's a little too choppy. And let's take a look at the GL. Okay, the GL. So I have taken some off. Okay, in fact, most of it off. I was just in under 56, so got down to 55 and a half. I'm sorry, under 50. Yeah, underneath 56. Got down to 55 and a half. Mike, talking to Mike in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts now, and this rent might give us a bit of a trade here. It's had the big pop up. It has pulled back. Now there is a 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. So I know Steve loves that one. If it breaks out 1638 might get it running, and it had a high of 1758. So I'm going to stick an alert just around 1638 and see if it takes that out later on. So rare, I mean, if this gets above 50, 43.36, this could this could get going on the way up. This is one that I shorted earlier, and it came from from the combo scan, and made just pennies on it. I was hoping for a really big 47 or 40 break, just didn't happen. So it's turned around, and you can kind of see that if it maybe takes out 43.40 or so, might have a bit of a run. It's got hammered down because it was after reporting adverse events. I think this is sort of something that happened earlier. Yeah, so Hub C, I know Shady is in it. Hub C, the next high is looking left, getting close. Next high in the weekly chart, anyway, 173, 210, 210. The next high looking left on the weekly chart. Took out that little high in the daily. It's been a real challenging daily chart to trade, but all right, guys, maybe for some of you looking for a super cheap one, take a look at RCAT, RCAT, Red Cat. Yeah, so 107 is the next high on the weekly chart, so I might be too close. So what I'm looking for now in this particular window, the big green window, is something that's showing up that we haven't really seen today. Something that's kind of out of nowhere. We do see that from time to time. Some stock that hasn't really done much. Take a look at this YYAI. YYAI. This was a IPO today. I don't know what the heck this is. YYAI. So this looks like, okay, the way it's trading, this looks like this was a SPAC that turned into YYAI because you can see it trading in the pre-market. It looks like this is an IPO, of course, but it is not really an IPO. You can, not a conventional one anyway. Yeah, we know HUBC just made a new high. Shady, thanks. YYAI. So Casa probably knows what SPAC this was. I just can't see any news on it, unfortunately, right here. Just trying to see any sort of news on this thing, this YYAI. Well, okay, I'll stick an alert just over $2 just to see if it takes that $2 out. The volume, I mean, it's a ton of volume, guys. I mean, 7 million, 7.2 million. I don't know what the float is. Let me just check that other website, check to see what the float is on it. Yeah, they haven't even indexed this ticker yet. So it's so new. It started trading as YYAI. YYAI. All right, guys. So Rare took out that little level that I was talking about. Oh, thank you, Casa. So it was ASCA, ASCA, and that turned into YYAI. Okay, thank you. So there's Rare, guys. Let's see if it wants to. Okay, it's at the high of these two candles, the 11:45 and the 12-minute candle. Let's see if it can move from here. Yeah, it's not usual that we don't have any news on it. And I don't even see. Yeah, it's a little odd that I don't even see any news on. I don't see any news. Normally it'll say, SPAC, ASCA turning into YYAI. I don't see it. Well, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that's not true. But I mean, normally we see the news here. But at any rate, it doesn't really matter. It is 7.2 million. I have an alert set over 2, and let's just see if it takes it out later. Wasn't somebody in Schwab earlier? SCHW? Well, this looks like it's weakening, though. I mean, it had a pre-market, it was down for the day. Well, it was down. Okay, this is an earnings play. And then look what happened. The market opens, and this is certainly was trading on its own because this is what was happening. The market and Schwab was doing that. So this was nothing to do with the market. Pull back, little pop, little pullback. 71.93. If it takes out 71.93, 94, this could start moving it down. Oh, I have a price alert right there for the SCHW, the Schwab. Okay, the rare is it raring to go? Let's see. There's the high right there, 43.33, so it's above that. 43.35, it's above that. We have the spread, 43.38, 43.46. So let's see if we get that bid into the 40s. Whoa! Not shortable for me. Edible. Not shortable for me. Unfortunately, this is a lifetime low now. EDBL, not shortable for me. They showed up on the breakdown scan at 514, and it's at 469 now. A little pop up, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Unfortunately. Well, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm not saying it's not shortable for any broker, just not shortable for me. Okay, William, I like it. So, guys, this KAVL, believe it or not, this could get going later on. Okay, one of these ones that, of course, had the huge move. It's pulled back. For it to get going, I think it would have to get over 8 again. And this is just because of this guy who, I guess he's got some kind of a following, and he pumped it on Twitter. So let's see if if this gets over 8 again later on. Ugh, this okay. This showed up, guys, in the 10-day daily breakdown. The JP Morgan Chase and Co. Alerian MLP Index ETN due January 28th, 2044. I hope I'm around then. But yeah, it's just yeah. I mean, what to say regarding what's happening in the world? But game, guys, game. What's happening with this one? Engine, gaming, and media. It just showed up on my momentum scan, but again, looking left to me, there's too much resistance not that far away. If you're wondering, well, why did I bring it up? I don't know. I have to bring it up to see what the chart looks like. And until I do that, I have no idea. It looks not bad on the daily, but then you look left. And when you look left, you see all these little topping tails where it could stall. I thought that was wrong. I forgot. Yeah, I was short a GL underneath 57, not 56. So the next level, I mean, maybe 55, 52 if it can take it out, but well, let's see. I mean, listen, I mean, there's a ton of volume in this thing, this YYAI. There's a ton of volume here. Takes out two. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen if it takes out two. This is a very strange presentation, though. Now there's Schwab now, guys. Schwab on the way down. Okay. So what I want to see a little more of a break, maybe get 71.85 on the bid ask. Well, on the bid anyway. Take out that 72 and maybe follows the market. It's still hanging around the 72 mark. And that is SCHW Schwab. Still up for the day. I mean, it's still, it is an earnings play. How did Stacks? How did Goldman Sachs end up doing? Like a lot in the market. So Goldman Sachs taking out 400 could be critical. The low Friday was 394. Well, the reaction was great, but it is starting to drift down like the market. I mean, look at that, like, that big red bar now. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. All right, let's see if Schwab has a bit of a leg down now. A minute gets back up to 72. I'm out. I have a very tight stop on it. Let's see if it moves down with this big red bar in the market. Now, if it doesn't start to move down soon with the market, then I'm just going to bail even before 72. All right. Well, GL, I don't have very much left, but GL just made a new low, I think. 55, 52 is the low. All right. Just I just put a price alert there and it just hit it. So Well, here's the deal with me and Schwab now. I mean, if it there's a giant red candle and Schwab is just not following down with it. And I thought if it took out that whole number, I know it's still up for the day. I mean, that might be the issue too. It's still up for the day. So it's right where I shorted it, 71.93. So Infa continuing to move down here, guys. This is from our AI, continuing to move down. And, I mean, it's still got some room, 33.76. 33.76. It got about has about $1 to the next low, which is the low of today. All right. Yeah, too bad I don't have shorts for that DXYZ. Yeah, I mean, it got up to that high. I actually had a price alert set up here around 45 for it. Didn't hit it. And now it is starting to plummet. Yeah, giant red candle now, guys. 127. So 127. So this has another 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So this is getting giant. This is the biggest, maybe not. Yeah, this looks like it's about the same size. Yeah, this I think this is bigger than that candle right there, the 10 o'clock candle. So yeah, we're in a definite downtrend now. All right, guys. Now to take a look to see where, again, the next. Okay, well, moving with the market finally. I mean, in a big way. Looks like it anyway for Schwab. Well, this is fun. Just keep putting price alerts. So the low of the day was 70.44. Not saying it's going to get there, but in fact, I have just covered some. I've just covered some for the Schwab. Okay, in our YouTube room, I need some assistance connecting my trade ideas to my IBKR. Okay, so what are you trying to do? Are you just trying to, excuse me, G Shaw, are you trying to, excuse me, when you click on an alert, you want it to show up into your order entry, or are you talking about in Brokerage Plus? Okay, you hopefully, can you hear me first of all? So understand what I'm trying to say. I mean, when I click, I use Interactive Brokers. Okay, so when I click on a symbol right there, KAVL, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. I'm not using Brokerage Plus to trade. So, are you talking about that sort of a connection or something else? Are you talking about using Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas? Hopefully you can hear me. Now, I know I've asked a couple of questions. Hopefully, when you answer, you can let me know exactly what you're trying to do when you say assistance connecting trade ideas to interactive brokers. I better ask the question. Can you hear me? Well, I get better move on. I'm hopefully you can answer me, G Shaw. Hard to help unless you can hear me. Ooh, edible was a nice one. Edible was a really nice one from the 10-day daily breakdown. Problem I had is that it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. Hmm. Is there something going on in YouTube? Can you guys not hear me or something? Or I'm posting? Can you not hear or read my posts? No, I know in YouTube. YouTube. I'm sorry. In the main room, you guys can hear me. I'm talking about in our YouTube room. Somebody asked a question, and I'm trying to help, but okay, so it must be just that person. Okay. So here's the deal, guys. Okay, if you ask a question, it really helps me to know that you haven't muted me or you can hear me because really impossible for me to help unless you can hear me. Yeah, thank you, Peter. Yeah, you got so YouTube. I know you can hear me. I know you can see my screen. So I'm just waiting to see if G Shaw 79 responds. Wow, man, oh man, edible, edible, edible. Is this all-time low now? EDBL. I think at some point this was shortable for me some other day, but man, how are the cannabis plays in general? CGC. Not that this is a cannabis play, but yeah. So they're all the bloom is off so far anyway for the cannabis plays. Oh man, I got I got a little bit excited here, guys. I thought this one. I thought this one might have released right now. This is the This is not the Singapore stock. The Singapore stock that's supposed to come out on Thursday is FBGL, and this was showing up on my momentum scan. I thought, don't tell me it opened, but no, just another one. Interchange the last two symbols. I'm telling you guys that FBGL. I am can't wait for it to open on Thursday. Hopefully, it opens on Thursday. And let's see what it does. All right, HUBC still not bad. I mean, another break of 206, I could get it running. There's that high right there, 210. That could be the block. You know, there's 210, there's 226, but 210 could be the block. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, that little pop got me all out of the GL. So at this point, I still have some of the Schwab left, but I got rid of some of it at 71.35, covered some. It's a short, of course. And now I'm just waiting. I think can it move down, keep moving down with the market? Okay, guys, 140. I think whoop, here we go. Well, okay, another leg down. We keep trying to induce it downwards. So let me talk a little bit about, excuse me, the test drive and the contest that is coming up. Well, William is saying, what his news service is talking about is unfortunately an escalation of maybe what's happening with Iran and Israel. It's a glitch on your end, Akuda. I've changed it many. In fact, I don't even remember having that up. Just do a refresh. Yeah, do a refresh. That has changed a long time ago. Okay, guys. So here is the test drive. Okay, so test drive and contest. So please pay attention just to a couple of things here. So first of all, the test drive will start on Friday. Okay, the whole day Friday. We start getting data at 4 in the morning Eastern time. Okay, and it'll run to Monday market close, April 29th. So it's 10 days. And if you sign up right now, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. Okay, so please don't um, send emails to our support people saying, "Hey, I just signed up for the test drive. Where is my data?" Please read. You're not getting data until April 19th, which is Friday. Number one. Okay. Now, if you're and what happens here is it'll cost you $7.77. You'll have access to our full premium service. Okay. If you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to have access to our AI, which is typically the reason why people want to take our premium service, you can also do it. Costs you $7.77. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for anybody to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we do not put you into a subscription. That's the same thing if you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to upgrade after the test drive is over, unless you tell us not to, we'll put you back to a standard subscription. Okay. Now we only do this about 3 times a year. So it's a good opportunity if you've been wanting to try us out and you can afford $7.77. Good opportunity. Now, also during the test drive, we will be having the contest. We didn't have a contest in April. I'm sorry, in March, but I think this will be the fifth contest. The contest will start on the 23rd, which is a Tuesday, and run to the close on Thursday. And basically, it's a stock picking contest. So whoever makes the most money in that 3-day period will win. What do you win? You'll win a $2,400 Amazon gift card. Okay. So Again, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to take part in the contest and you don't care as much about maybe getting up to premium, you're still going to be bumped up to premium, but you can obviously take part of the contest. If you are a current premium subscriber, you don't have to pay the 777. You're automatically in the contest if you want to enter. And why wouldn't you? I mean, nothing to lose. It's just simulation trading. Now, I have been told that we will have a version of our simulator available for those who want to do it in a web-based format. So in other words, if you have a Mac or you want to do it on a tablet, I've been told that we'll have a version of our simulator that you can use. Okay. So if there are any questions, you can ask me any questions, of course, about it if you want. Next. Okay, so I just put in my homepage link. So a couple of things before I talk about my scans and the other information on my homepage. So you see this. This is a top list window that you see here. All this green. It's a top list window. That's why it says upper left hand corner. There's a T there. So if I right click on it and I uncheck that show tree map, this used to be well, it still is. If you want to have a top list window in grid format, you can still you can still have it displayed like that on the Tuesday. Okay. So the 23rd to the 23rd to 26th or 25th. Let me just, the Tuesday to the Thursday. Okay. Oliver. Stocks only, unfortunately, Jose. Yeah. I mean, yeah, just stocks only. Yeah. Next week. The test drive starts on Friday, goes to the following a week the following Monday, and then the contest is the Tuesday, Thursday. So again, this is a grid. This is the grid look for our top list window. But if you want this presentation of it, I right click, I click on show tree map. Okay. Now, if you do not have that option that says show tree map, when you right click on your top list window, then you must download the latest beta. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, right at the very top, the download section, and right here, download beta. Okay. Of course, the reason Oliver is talking is that he is our reigning champion. He won the contest last time. The last one was in May. I'm sorry, March, and he won it, going away. But it was an exciting contest. And when the contest is on, I typically will display a top 10 list, the top 10, the top 10 leaders. And, but it's amazing the jockeying for position in the top 10. A lot of fun. Fun for me. Okay, so that is the top list. So if you want to have it looking like this, you must download the latest beta. Now, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos that will get you started. It's a software program. So obviously there's a bit of a learning curve, but we try to make it pretty simple, covering the main aspects of trade ideas in these 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a free series of videos that I think can help anybody who is new to trading. It's free. Stock of the day video that I do, free of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Before I look at my scans that I'm currently sharing, all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep this. Okay, just a minute, G Shaw. This will really help to keep the room free. Okay. When you guys use my promo code, the room gets credit, and the more credit the room gets, it'll go a long way to keeping this room free. Last, here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, here they are. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. You can see the momentum scan is over here. Again, it was more full. I did a reboot of trade ideas. So I lost the original alerts. But here are all the ones that I'm sharing now. The combo scan that I talk a lot about, abnormal option activity scan, the breakouts and the breakdowns. Have any questions about any one of them, you can ask me. Okay, G Shaw. So let me start again with you. So when you say you are looking for help, what was your question? Okay, connecting trade ideas to your interactive brokers. Okay. So what exactly are you talking about? Are you talking about when you click on an alert and it loads into your interactive brokers platform, or are you talking about using Brokerage Plus? I know I'm asking two questions, but I hope you answer in the way I can understand. Just give me a moment. So are you talking about using this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within and the ability to connect to interactive brokers? Is that what you were talking about? Just if you can be very clear, so then hopefully I can help you. Okay. So hopefully you just heard all I said. So are you trying to use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within trade ideas? Is that what you're trying to do? And I'm just waiting for your answer. SBCB guys. Take a look at this one. Let's see what's happening with this one. Cheap one, under a dollar. Yeah, 500 break on the SPY. That'll be pretty psychological if it happens. Okay, Jisha, maybe you're still having technical difficulties because I haven't seen a response to my question to you. So just let me know. Yeah, 23rd to 25th. Okay, yeah. So that's Tuesday the 23rd, Thursday the 25th. That's the contest. Yeah, Bitcoin is about what, 10,000 under the highs? What did Bitcoin get up to? About 73,000, 74,000. Not today, of course, but take a look at IBIT. So the so that's the high of IBIT around 42. And Pepe said that this halving event will be on the 19th. So that's the Friday. 72,756. Okay, thank you, William. Almost 73,000. Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open until 4 o'clock today. I typically take off at around 3. So William will keep the main room open until 4 o'clock, about. And before I take off, I will put the main room link into our YouTube room. So you can head over to the main room if you want. Well, Stratasys, that used to be the leader in the 3D printers. Used to be anyway. I don't know if there's any real leader anymore. Speaking about 3D printing, I don't know if any of you guys watched the Masters on the weekend, but Mr. DeChambeau and Bryson, they said that he made his clubs using 3D printing. Can you imagine? Of course, he had to get the PGA to approve them and all, but he made his clubs using 3D printing. INDO, you guys are talking about INDO. I do not see it down here, but let's take a look at INDO. Of course, that was a big one last week. So energy, maybe energy, yeah. So let's take a look at XLE. Is it XLE moving higher? No. So this is just trading on its own, INDO, but XLE is not trading higher, energy sector, not putting in a big well, how about HUSA now? HUSA, is it moving also? Yeah, HUSA's moving. How about MXC? That Mexican, these seem to travel together, kind of. And the other one was MARPS, M-A-R-P-S, M-A-R-P-S. Let's see if they're all kind of moving. So MARPS is not moving. So maybe not very much volume. So we're going to say maybe it's lagging. Well, it's not trading either. Well, there's no volume, 42,000 shares. So yeah, but it did run with the rest of them on Friday, and the volume. I mean, the volume was not incredible for it. It was. All right, guys, I'm not seeing too much right now. Now, the DXYZ, very risky, of course, but DXYZ, let's take a look at it. Over 40, or was over 40. Of course, this is just trading on its own. It doesn't really care what the market's doing. So how was Mara doing? Mara and Riot, the two most hit by this halving, I guess, that happens on the 19th. The miners definitely want to follow this one after the 19th, after this halving event takes place. I want to see what happens with the Mara and the Riot. Let's take a look at new from pop up. Is it new or something else? Must not be new pop up. Must be another symbol. All right. Doesn't look like it's going to do it, guys. Remember, I was saying that maybe KAVL gets back up over 8. It could have a late. It could have a late day run. Doubtful now. Very, very doubtful now. But that's why you put a price alert. You know, I never take something in anticipation it's going to happen. I just put a price alert. If it happens, great. If not, well, just move on. Yeah, he might not have me on. He might not be able to hear me. It's not. It can obviously. It's not new. NEW. It's not new. So looking at the market, try to put in a little green bar. Well, it didn't try. Was a green bar, but this looks like it's going to wipe that out. This next 15-minute candle that just started at 2 o'clock. So HUBC, of course, is Israeli stock, cybersecurity, probably, well, with what's happening, maybe this is why this one is moving. 210, again, is that next high looking left? And then, well, obvious answer. Well, Jose, you should go into the contest anyway. Just use your option. I mean, you had a couple last week. Just play the stocks. All right, guys. Well, I'm just looking at few of my thumbnail charts, not doing too much. All right, guys. Wow, this is going to be very interesting. This earning season. I mean, if the market continues kind of like this with kind of the bit of the doom and gloom, because we're starting earning season this week. Had a few last week. Some of the banks last week. We got a lot more banks this week, and then the following, 3 to 4 weeks, we'll have a ton of earnings plays. And how is the overall market going to affect them? Even if they could come up with good earnings, even good guidance, but depends what the market's doing. Okay, guys. Well, if you have any questions, good time to. I'm probably not going to do very much for the rest of the day. So, if you have any questions, G Shaw, I'm sorry. Maybe you're still having technical difficulties hearing me. I'm trying to help you over there, but you may be still having some technical difficulties. This is in our YouTube room. Ooh, look at this G. I think this G bar, GBR. I think this is a little bit like Indo. Well, at least Indo held its gains. Give me a moment, guys. All right. YYAI. YYAI, which we can't find any information about. Give me a moment. All right. Let's see if no, there's the SPY. I had a price alert at the SPY, the low of that previous green candle. No, I'm kidding you, Cass. Well, when I say that, I mean there's just no news here on it. Appreciate what you posted before. Yes. Okay, so I'm interested. Okay, I see it just broke down underneath two again. I'm kind of interested if it gets back up, maybe 205 or something. Maybe a late day, maybe have a little late day run. Ah, I see. CNXA changed it to YYAI in order to spoof people. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, guys, I am just kind of watching this thing, this YYAI. It's not caring too much about what the market's doing, of course. So if it was CNXA before, okay, so let's take a look at CNXA. I just want to see if it still exists in the dilution tracker. No, so CNXA is not there. YYAI is not there. So no idea what the float is, but I'm sure it's pretty low. Where'd you find the float for that one, Jose? For the YYAI? Where'd you find that float? Finviz, really? Okay, well, and the VWAP is at 180, and the 200-day don't even have it here because, of course, it hasn't traded 200 days as YYAI. All right. Well, as CNXA, which it was, okay, so there is the 200-day. That must be what you're talking about. And then here's the float. So it's going to be about the same, okay? All right, guys, 217. Again, I'll probably take off early again. I say 3 o'clock, but unless something really, really interesting happens. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Definitely intriguing, this one, this YYAI. Takes out that high of 210. Yeah, and meanwhile, Indo just made a new high, guys. Indo just made a new high, INDO. Look at the pre-market action. Big drop. Pre-market high was 580. Not sure what this is, guys. If that is, that's a. Let me just get rid of that line. I want to see what happens when I do. See if that is actually the next high looking left. Nope. I don't know where the next high on the daily chart is looking left for Indo. Well, go to a monthly chart, and that might tell us no. Okay, guys, gonna flip. I'm gonna take a little flyer on this one. This YYAI. Let's see. Like two absolutely gets me out, but if it really starts fading into two, I'll get out. But let's just see if this YYAI has any. 207. I'm in. So little late day junk. Strange is not showing up, Pepe. I am clicking on it from a multi-strategy window, but I'm not getting that red bar. That normally shows me where the next high is on the daily chart. I'm not seeing any red bar. Don't tell me now it's not going to even work on the multi-strategy window. Come on. Hmm. You know what? It may not. It may be completely gone now. Unless this orange thing, because it used to be red. Okay. Well, there it is. Okay. Maybe I'm colorblind right now. So there it is. Okay. There it is. Well, I may be dumping this YYAI. It's just a little bit below where I bought it. Just a flyer. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute now. If you have a question, I will hop right back on the mic, but I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I've exited that YYAI. I'm going to be taking off really soon. So I exited that YYAI. That was okay. I mean, 207 to 215. I mean, for something a little late day action. I mean, it may keep going. I've got an alert set up here, but I'm not going to be in it. So, guys, I got another 5 minutes or so. So, if you have any questions, Mr. Shaw, G. Shaw, I'm sorry. I guess you still have your technical issues trying to hear me. So, you're taught this TPET, isn't this a real cheap one? TPET, isn't this a real cheap one? As in 67 cents? Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, 12 cents, 67 cents. Not bad. 3 days ago. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link, or sorry, the main trading room link in our YouTube room as I get set to leave. So again, that room will be open until 4 o'clock. Okay, nobody talking and no screen sharing, but you can still converse amongst yourself text wise. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'm going to shut myself down now. Okay, a couple of things I want to do before the 12 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock Eastern time. All right. I don't see any other questions. So, okay. Thanks a lot again for all the help today. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time in the morning, of course. So, have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I will shut you down now also.